close at time, please vote in favor of this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And lastly, we'll go to Bobby Gross.
I thank you for allowing me to testify today. I am in support of the proposed bill that would authorize county clerk and recorders to allow a team of bipartisan election judges to conduct the review of the mail ballots for signature verification, as opposed to the current practice of having a single election judge perform this task. As you know, election integrity is of the utmost importance to ensuring public confidence in our electoral system. The proposed change represents a meaningful step towards strengthening the transparency and fairness of the mail ballot process by allowing a team of bipartisan judges to be involved in that signature verification. The bill enhances accountability and helps minimize the risk of errors. Having multiple judges involved in the signature verification ensures that there is more oversight and conversation surrounding the signature. A bipartisan team of judges also helps reassure voters that the decisions are impartial and with due diligence. In the 2024 presidential general election, Mesa County identified signature fraud during the verification process. Although the current system effectively detects fraud, it still relies on human judgment, and some ballots pass through the process with a single judge. Introducing the two judges at the initial stage of signature verification could promote more thorough discussion and better determination on whether the signatures match. With that being said, I still would recommend that the bill stay in the May position, allowing those different counties to make that decision, because not all counties are, some are bigger, some smaller, some have the automatic signature verification equipment, which helps detect those as well, which in Mesa County, the ballots that did pass through were caught at that initial stage in the process. In conclusion, I urge everybody to support this bill. It strengthens our election process and ensure that every vote is counted fairly and accurately. Thank you for your consideration and your commitment to preserving the integrity of our election.
Thank you very much. Members, what questions do you have for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all so much for your testimony today. We do appreciate it. All right, last call. Are there any other witnesses that wish to provide testimony today? All right, seeing none, the witness testimony phase is now closed. Moving into the amendment phase. Sponsors, please come on back up. All right, who wants to start? Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to the witnesses. We do have one amendment to present today. I know we've heard.
We're gonna, why don't we,
This one.
let's move the amendment and then have you talk about it. Does that work? Okay, all right. Vice Chair Clifford.
Madam Chair, I move Amendment L003 to House Bill 1089.
All right, that has been seconded by Representative Bradley. All right, please proceed. Tell us about your amendment, Rep.
So L003 does two things. The first, and we heard it discussed in the opposing testimony and in some of the supporting testimony, the shall versus may. As written, it was permissive to the counties. And that is generally, as a former county commissioner, the way I look at things, that ideally nothing would come out of this building that is dictatorial. But I do think it is very important to have uniformity in the election process. And this is a very small step, but I think making this a shall is the move in the right direction. The second half of the amendment below line 2 and below the amendment corrects an inadvertent drafting error that we discussed earlier, where we added a 2-person team to the initial signature verification, but then it went to a 1-person at the second level. And our intent was not to reduce the fidelity in the second level review either. So this restores that. Barring any questions, I'd urge support.
Members, do you have any questions on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, is there any objection to adopting the amendment? All right, seeing none, the amendment L003 is passed without objection. Are there any additional amendments? All right, seeing none, the amendment phase is now closed. Bill wrap up. Sponsors, who would like to start? Representative Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reemphasize to all of you, I'm sure you all know how important it is that our elections have high integrity, that they're seen as fair and transparent. And the cornerstone, in my mind, of part of this process is the bipartisan teams that work together on the different stages within the process. And I do think that the tier one signature verification phase is one of those key phases that needs to have a bipartisan team. So I ask for your support on this bill.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd echo that sentiment. Witnesses, I think, brought to light quite a few excellent points that hadn't even occurred as we were chatting during stakeholdering. The resistance or the uncomfort that some folks felt being the single point of potential failure and something very important to them. But I think the overall legitimacy of the process, trust in the process would be greatly increased by passing this bill. So I do ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any closing comments from committee members? Representative Froelich and then Representative Mabry.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing the bill. I'm just struggling a bit on this. I didn't see a presentation of a problem. I heard perpetuation of sort of election integrity skepticism, but I didn't hear, again, the case made for why this should happen, except perhaps preemptively. I didn't see a robust representation of support. I just think I'm just not comfortable making this change. I think is pretty big without more having gone into it. So I will respectfully be a no today.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing it. I will just echo Rep. Froelich. I am not exactly sure what the issue here is, especially since we have a lot of groups who are involved in democracy, get involved in bills that are around election integrity, who have not stated a position either way. I will say, you know, I deeply believe that Colorado has the gold standard of elections, and I'm not sure that I saw a need to make this change, but I do appreciate the work that you have done, and I will be a respectful no today.
Thank you very much. Are there any other closing comments? Representative Luck and then Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for bringing this bill. I apologize that I had to step out. I wanted to follow up on that last bill, and so I apologize for not hearing your opening. I have to respectfully disagree with my colleagues. I think this is an important bipartisan piece of legislation, and I'm grateful that you've both brought it to us today. Whether or not there is any demonstration that in any one instance there may or may not be a problem, I think is very much moot, even though I know that in prior conversations that there actually are demonstrations of different issues that make this relevant. The fact that in every other step we have these teams, it just makes sense to make sure that we are consistent across the board and in ensuring that. And to your point about feeling the weight of being the sole arbiter of whether somebody's ballot counts or doesn't count is I can't imagine that weight. And I can imagine that you would side on the air of not disenfranchising, such that you could open the door to allowing things that shouldn't be entered in for fear that you would keep out that which should be added, such in the same, vein of our criminal justice system, better that 12 guilty men go free than one innocent man be imprisoned. Similarly, better 12 fraudulent ballots go through than one that should have gone through not. And so I think that having an additional check, additional eye, somebody who is not of the same party, who is not of the same bent, and therefore doesn't necessarily have the same, the purposes in a particular decision for that to be a check that is present, I don't see the harm in it. And since we have heard from multiple county commissioners or election officials about the validity of this policy and the fact that it won't add in some sort of onerous requirement, I don't see the harm. I do, however, see great benefit. So if you place on a scale costs and benefits, this has overwhelming the benefits and very few costs. And so I thank you for it, and I will be a strong yes.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to both bill sponsors. I'm sorry I had to step out. It's busy week. It's only Monday. I love this bill. I think, I was sitting here listening, and I think about like when my son comes to ask me to check his homework, and I say, "Go have your dad check too." There's nothing wrong with a double check of this. I mean, this is our elections. We have people that are not voting in midterms because I think that they think that this is not the gold standard of elections. And I think that anytime that we can show that we're working towards more verification in a bipartisan way, I think it's a win to see a Democrat and a Republican on this, and to hear various county clerks and recorders saying, yes, this would be great. And yes, removing the bias out of this. I think this is a win for Colorado. I think it's a win for all of our constituents, and I'm super glad that you guys brought this bill forward. So thank you.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say I did reach out to my clerk and recorder in Denver, and this bill is unnecessary here, as we do signature verification of the first stage by the electronic means. But he did have some other concerns, especially with the amendment, with the bill as amended. And so respectfully, I'll be voting no today.
All right, any additional comments? Seeing none, I believe a proper motion would be to.
I got it.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to say that I'm very glad you guys both brought this. This is actually a true bipartisan bill, and that doesn't happen very often where it's truly that. From county clerks to, doesn't matter where in the state you have this. And regardless of whether you believe this is gold standard or not gold standard, to me, this is a good expectation from all of us. So thanks for bringing the bill, and I'll definitely be a yes.
All right, wonderful. And before we move into the vote, Representative Ricks and Representative Frey, I will ask that both of you come onto camera to vote. So just a heads up to give yourself oh, there you both are. Thank you so much. All right, Vice Chair Clifford.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 1089 as amended to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
All right, that's been properly seconded by Representative Luck. Ms. King, please poll the committee.
Representatives Bottoms,
Yes.
Bradley,
Absolutely, yes.
Carter,
No.
Espinoza,
No.
Bray,
Yes.
Froelich,
No.
Luck,
Yes.
Mabry,
Respectfully, no.
Ricks,
No.
Clifford,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Respectfully, no. All right, that bill fails 5-6. Is there another motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we postpone indefinitely House Bill 1089 with reverse roll call vote.
Is there any objection to postponing? Oh, sorry. Is there a second? All right, it's been seconded by Representative Mabry. Is there any objection to postponing indefinitely by reverse roll call? Okay, seeing. Okay, I was like, I don't know what happens next, so I'm going to need you to roll that back. to order.
Do that one more time.
The committee will come back to order. We are ready to hear House Bill 1164 with Representative Weinberg.
Thank
Tell
you,
us
Madam
about the
Chair.
bill.
Appreciate you very much. Thank you, committee, for holding strong there for me while I'm across the street dealing with another 17 other bills. I want to first start out by thanking all the supporters that have come out in support of this bill. Their time is valuable, and I know that they've been waiting all day, and I'm truly grateful to everyone that's come out in support of this one, and just want to say thank you. I stand before you as a staunch defender of the United States Constitution, a document that enshrines our inalienable rights and underpins the very foundation of American liberty. Today, I urge you to support the bill that would legalize constitutional carry in the state of Colorado, reaffirming both our commitment to the rights granted by our founding document and our shared goal of enhancing public safety. The Second Amendment of our Constitution guarantees the right of the people to keep and bear arms. This right was never meant to be contingent upon state-issued permits or onerous bureaucratic hurdles. It is inherent to every law-abiding citizen. When the government imposes unnecessary obstacles to exercising this right, it not only undermines our constitutional heritage, but also places undue burdens on those committed to upholding our laws and protecting their families. Currently, in the United States, 20 states, including democratically run states, have embraced constitutional carry, recognizing that when responsible citizens are empowered to defend themselves, communities become safer. Criminals are less likely to act when they know that the citizens they might target are not disarmed by government regulation. The evidence suggests that constitutional carry does not lead to lawlessness. Rather, it reinforces the principle that safety is a shared responsibility. When law-abiding citizens have the means to protect themselves promptly and effectively, they serve as a powerful deterrent against crime. This is not about arming criminals. It is about ensuring that those who respect the law have the fundamental ability to secure their lives and property. By removing the unnecessary barrier of permits, we not only uphold the rights protected in the Constitution, but also eliminate administrative process prone to inconsistency and bias. Furthermore, this bill aligns with the original intent of our nation's founders, who envisioned an armed populace as the ultimate check against tyranny and a safeguard to keep power in the hands of the people. Colorado has a proud tradition of individualism and self-reliance, and embracing constitutional carry is a natural extension of that tradition. It is a reaffirmation that the rights granted by the Constitution are not privileges to be granted or rescinded by state authorities, but inherent freedoms that must be respected and protected. Legalizing constitutional carry in Colorado is not only a matter of honoring our constitutional heritage, it is also a proactive measure to empower citizens, deter crime, and promote a safer community. I call on you as guardians of the law and protectors of our freedoms to vote in favor of this bill. Let us stand together to secure the rights of every Coloradoan and ensure that our state reflects the timeless values upon which this nation was built. Colorado has consistently led the way with forward-thinking legislation. Let us continue to be pioneers and innovators, setting the standard for freedom and responsible self-governance across our nation. And I would urge, and I vote.
All right, any questions from the committee? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Representative Weinberg, for bringing this bill. Obviously, I like it because I'm on it. In the 20 states, both red and blue, that have passed concealed carry, has there been an abundance of gun violence?
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bradley, for the question. If you look at all the data and statistics that any state that has got the constitutional carry law in, their crime rate not only decreased sevenfold, but the laws were actually upheld and citizens were safer.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, Representative Weinberg, how you have made your policy decisions such that it is in accordance with the Colorado Constitution, not just the US Constitution.
Representative Weinberg. Okay. Do you want to maybe rephrase your question for him?
No, Madam Chair, I think the silence speaks for itself. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm not seeing any other questions for you, Representative Weinberg, so we're going to move into witness testimony, and I want to just confirm that we'll hear from the opponents and then the proponents, correct? Okay, great. All right, as we move into witness testimony, a couple of things. One is, given the volume that we have, I am going to limit testimony to 2 minutes per speaker, and we'll do 7-minute panels. Also, if somebody has already said something that you were planning on saying, it is absolutely okay to say ditto one of the previous speakers. My comments have already been covered. Feel free to tell your stories, but if you can help us move through this in a way that's effective and ensures that everyone can be heard, we would deeply appreciate it. So with that, let's start with folks in person. I'll call Catherine Rudd, Dr. Eric Nelson, Jack Harris. And then on deck is Kathy Hagan, Claire Lucas, Alexander Cisneros, and Eileen McCarran. Okay, is Kathy Hagan here? Okay, why don't you come on up and join this panel? All right, welcome. We'll start with you here on the end. Please introduce yourself and the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. My name is Catherine Rude. I am here representing myself. And I want to just say I'm from a pioneer family that settled in Eastern Washington Territory. My great-grandfather was a pioneer there, and my father and great-grandfather grew up there, became a 2,000-acre ranch. My father was a hunter and also a sergeant in World War II, and he liked to brag that he had trained soldiers on every available firearm used in World War II. My father taught me and my brothers how to shoot, and I saw it as a sport, not so much different than other sports. And while in college, I worked at a large dude ranch near Granby called the Sea Lazy U, where I did skeet shooting with guests there. So despite this history of gun use, I have often been struck by the sloppiness and the irresponsibility of my family members around guns and a rather cavalier attitude. One of my cousins was shot and killed by a fellow hunter in his own hunting party. A brother of mine found his own kid, who was 4 years old at the time, trying to load ammunition into his handgun, a cartridge into the handgun. And my brother thought this was really amusing and a sign of how smart his kid was, you know, with not much of a feeling of alarm about it. An uncle had invited us to stay at his home, and we woke up in the morning and checked the bed underneath, and there was a loaded shotgun there that had been inches from where our child had been sleeping overnight. And my father had always just stacked long guns in the closet. So he was pretty casual about the whole thing. And I was taking care of him. He was an elderly man. In the middle of the night, it was quite dark. He told me to get something out of his night chest. And I'm rummaging around with my hand, and I hit a gun. Okay, it's a loaded gun. So I just want to say these are not bad men or bad people, and pretty smart people, actually. But I think there are a lot of people with the self-presentation
So
that
your
they
time
are
has
careful,
expired.
but they
I'm
are
so
actually
sorry.
irresponsible. So I
Thank-
just want to say I
thank you
stand for the
so
status
much.
quo. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. 2 minutes goes really quickly, and I don't love to cut people off. I don't get enjoyment out of it, but just know we're trying to make sure that everybody has time to be here tonight. Okay, please, 2 minutes, introduce yourself. I'm going to have you press the button on the microphone so we can hear everything. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for allowing me to be here and speak with you today. I'm a new face. My name is Jennifer Trouchard, and I'm representing PTA. I am a member of my neighborhood DPS school, PTA. I'm a volunteer member of the Colorado PTA Legislative Engagement Committee, and I'm a mom of 2 high school boys, ages 15 and 17. Colorado PTA opposes House Bill 1164. Our association has a long history of strong advocacy on gun safety, and we are committed to legislative efforts to protect children and youth from gun violence. For most of our current members, our children have only lived in the shadow of mass shootings and widespread gun violence. There has never been a time when we as parents could take for granted that our children would be safe from gun violence. We believe the legislature must enact legislation that will help prevent future tragedies from occurring. PTA supports strict restrictions on the issuance of permits to carry concealed handguns and on access to guns by persons who may endanger public safety. We believe that permits should be issued in cases of extreme urgency and need. In addition, the issuance should require extensive background checks and a firearm safety course. Permitless carry would allow more guns in the public sphere, carried by more people who have not received safety training. Research demonstrates that loosening concealed carry laws results in more gun-related violence, including homicides. Furthermore, over time, polling in Colorado has shown that the majority of Coloradans are opposed to making it easier to carry a concealed weapon. We must all work together to end gun violence. Practical gun safety and the violence prevention legislation will not just protect our children, but also all Americans. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration for the protection of our children and families.
Right on time. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. Please introduce yourself. The floor is yours.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mark Harris. I'm a member of Colorado Ceasefire. I'm a retired lawyer and I'm a lifelong gun owner. I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill. There is nothing constitutional about a bill allowing permitless concealed carry of a handgun. Gun rights language is enshrined in the Colorado Constitution, but at the end of that language, it reads, "Nothing herein contained shall apply to the practice of carrying concealed weapons." Yet, here we are again for the 14th time to oppose a bill that would eviscerate Colorado gun safety laws if it was allowed to be enacted. 13 prior times a bill similar to this one has come before the legislature, and each time it has been defeated. This bill is the worst yet. If enacted, this bill will partially or wholly repeal several of our Colorado gun safety laws. The minimum age of 21 requirements, the sensitive spaces law that we passed, the concealed carry training requirements law that we just passed, and the repeal of preemption law that we achieved. We're back to the state only laws. More specifically, of course, this bill allows concealed carry of a handgun reduces it from 21 to 18 years old. Permits are now there for life. And existing permits for $15, you convert them from from 5-year renewal to life permits. Our data shows that states that have enacted permitless concealed carry have higher firearm fatality rates, 30% higher.
So
Thank you.
much for your testimony. Welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Hagan and I'm from Erie. For years, we have been coming and telling our stories about how gun violence has affected us. Students, parents, teachers have all come here and told you traumatic stories, told you of the ripple effects of families and communities when someone we loved was killed by a firearm. It is not easy for us to tell our stories. For some, it's triggering and painful, but we have done it because we want you legislators to understand the importance and impact of the gun safety laws you are contemplating. Over the years, you have taken courageous votes to pass common sense legislation you and we believe make our communities safer. And it has. Denver saw a 12% decrease in overall gun violence in 2024, including a 30% drop in fatal shootings. We still have a lot of work to do. We know that not just one law or that legislation alone will solve this huge problem that is killing 125 Americans a day, but we are making progress in this state on many fronts. Then this permitless carry bill is introduced. A similar bill has been introduced many times over the years, and it has always been defeated in committee, but this one goes even further. It reduces the age to possess a handgun to 18. It repeals all or parts of 3 bills we and most of you fought for. The bill's author seems to believe that we will be safer if anyone who wants to carry a gun does. If that was the truth, the states with this law in place would be the safest states. But guess what? They have the highest gun deaths in the nation. A study of 11 states that removed concealed carry requirements found that violent gun assaults increased 32%. If you looked at the data, you would see that gun deaths went up when laws like this were enacted. I don't believe any of you want more gun deaths, so please do not vote for the bill that will make your communities less safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You did great. You made it under 2 minutes. I know it's hard. Members, what questions do we have for this panel? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just love for somebody to send me that data because that's not the data. I mean, I think we can all get data that supports and then data that supports a different opposition. So I'd love to see what that data is. I'd also like to know where more guns equal more violence, because I will tell you, and I hear what you're saying, that you have had problems or you have had stories, but there's also stories that we have heard where a gun was the greatest equalizer and stopped a violent offender. You can shake your head if you want to. I'm telling my story and I'm asking a question. So I've given you respect. Please give me the respect. Where a gun stopped a violent attacker. And so that's my question. I mean, we've heard these stories. I had somebody just stalk me on Facebook and put where my kids go to school. I feel very confident that I can protect my family with a gun. And so those are the stories that we also hear. So I would just like the statistics from both sides and know where you're getting these statistics so I can be aware of that.
Yep, you're welcome. Is it Ms. Rudd?
So the the study of 11 states where they removed the concealed carry requirements was done by Johns Hopkins University. The data is clear. Every Town for Gun Safety, everystat.com or .org. You can go on there. You can see the states that have the highest per capita gun violence in their state. You look at Missouri, Alabama, Mississippi. Those are all the highest states. You look at St. Louis, has 60 gun deaths per 100,000 people. New York has 3 gun deaths per 100,000 people. Which state has better gun laws, stronger gun laws? That's the statistics.
Can you, I think you are Mr. Harris,
Yes.
correct? Okay, I just have to acknowledge people so that anybody who's listening online can identify who's speaking.
Absolutely. We, Colorado Ceasefire, who I'm here on behalf of, is perfectly ready to provide that data to you, Representative Bradley. I was referencing a 2018 study from the National Bureau of Economic Research to provide that statistics on firearm fatalities, and we'd be certainly glad to provide that to you. Now, I know there's stories of this and that, but we tried to restrict our research and testimony to actual scientific studies that we can find, and that's what we presented here today. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Representative Bradley.
Thank you. So a 2018 scientific, yes, I would love to see that study. I guess my question is, we continue to pass law after law after law, and we continue to accelerate in violence in the state. We're the 8th most violent state. We're the 3rd least safe state. So out of 50 states, we're the 47th least safe, or the 3rd least safe. So tell me how more and more gun bills is translating to us being safer in the state.
Mr. Harris.
Madam Chair. Representative Bradley, we have 400 million guns and easy access to them throughout the country. That's why we have gun violence. And what we're trying to do here in the state, I believe, is reasonable and necessary. Reducing the age limits, having waiting periods, hopefully making it tougher to have very violent weapons like assault weapons. We have a decade-old high-capacity magazine ban that isn't being enforced. It's 2013 it was passed, and it's not being enforced to this day. That's possibly a reason why we're still having gun violence. And I'd like to know where your data that you just cited came from, because I'd like to check that out as well.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will provide some information into this conversation and then ask a question. So the Department of Justice, in a composite study, investigated firearm violence from 1993 through 2011. And they found that there was at least 67,704 defensive gun uses every year that did not actually require the firing of the weapon. It was the brandishing. Hey, I am carrying, I have a weapon in my home. Maybe you should think twice about what you're about to do. In fact, a former representative had that particular experience walking from her office building in SSB to the apartment that she had just down the street. That's 67,000 defensive gun uses that could have resulted. Now, if you compare that to an FBI study in 2021 that found that throughout the entirety of the United States, there were 30 firearm-related of them were deaths by suicide, which, as tragic as that is, presumably if you're wanting to take your own life, you will find a means to do that. So the remaining types, right, of these firearm-related deaths, 43% murder. Of those 43%, 103 were active shooter situations, things that most people think about when they think about gun violent deaths, the King Soopers, the school, that sort of dynamic. But you take that and you compare those two, 58 in terms of outward violence to another, right? We're taking suicide out of the equation because there are a lot of other factors that go into that. In my estimation, there is value in saying that 3 times, 20,000, getting all mixed up. I guess need to get something to eat. But in any case, 67,000 a year of defensive uses of weapons versus 20,000 of violence in weapons seems to me to be at least a conversation worth having in terms of the value of that particular tool. Now, putting that aside as part of the conversation that my colleague just had and asking my question to this panel, my question is, do you believe that each person has an unalienable right to defend themselves? Do you have, I just want to start there. I want to figure out if we have common ground at all, because I believe that each of us has an unalienable right to defend ourselves and to defend others and to defend our property. Do you at least share that, whether you believe this tool is a proper use of that defense or not? Do you at least share that to where we could find common ground in that space?
So Rep. Luck, I want to note that we are over time for this panel. And I'm sorry. Are you comfortable answering that, Mr. Harris? It is very broad and nuanced.
I understand the gist of the question. I'd be happy to respond. Very quickly.
Please.
Madam Chair. Yes, I am a gun owner, as I stated at the very start of my presentation. I've owned a gun my entire life, a shotgun. I go and hunt pheasants. And yes, I believe in the right of self-defense. The Second Amendment is the Second Amendment. I believe it. The right to keep and bear arms. I also believe in the first phrase of the Second Amendment as well. But this bill is about the concealed carry of a handgun without a permit by an 18-year-old and reducing sheriff's discretion to revoke them or deny permits for good reasons. They might be a felon, they might be mentally ill, they might be a domestic violence abuser. That is bad. And I don't think that promotes safety.
All right. Thank you very much, panel. We're going to call up our next round of folks.
Oh, sorry.
So let's call up Claire Lucas, Alexander Cisneros, Eileen McCarron, and Pat Rochefer. And then on deck is Rhiannon Danborn, Elizabeth Smith, Seth Stern, and Liddy Ballard. And members, I just want to acknowledge for a moment, I understand that there are a lot of passionate feelings and opinions on both sides of this conversation, right? Obviously, we would not be having this conversation or this bill if that were not the case. And so my ask is that as we're questioning witnesses, as we're having this dialogue, let's try and keep it to the bill and let's try and move through this difficult conversation with as much kindness and respect for each other as we can. All right, with that, please introduce yourself. The floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the committee members, for letting me speak today. My name is Claire Lucas, and I am testifying on behalf of myself. My daughter was a student at Park County High School in Bailey, Colorado. You may remember 18 and a half years ago, there was a hostage situation at my daughter's school. As a parent, I lived through a nightmare all afternoon waiting to learn if my daughter was alive or dead. Before that afternoon was over, the hostage had taken the life of one student. She tried to escape, he shot her in the head. When violent acts occur in our community, the incident has a ripple effect. Not only are the people immediately impacted by the event traumatized, but also their friends, their family members, and the greater community who feel the pain, loss, and sense of insecurity. No longer do they feel safe going to school, going to the grocery store, or being in large crowds. The trauma of that day will haunt the entire community for years. You may not remember the shooting. Only one child died that day. It was after Columbine High School and before Sandy Hook Elementary. But the community of Bailey has not forgotten what happened 18 and a half years ago and will never be the same. Our sense of safety was shattered that day. This gun bill takes us backwards and threatens our public safety. No permit means no background checks. Thus, anyone, violent criminals, domestic abusers, and others prohibited individuals could carry a concealed firearm in public. States that have weakened or eliminated the law enforcement authority to deny concealed carry permits to people who pose a danger have experienced an 11% increase in handgun homicide rates and a 13 to 15% increase in violent crime rates. Please don't support this bill. It's bad news for Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today. My name is Pat Rochefer, and my words today are my own. 21 years ago, my 26-year-old daughter, Christy, was shot and killed by an angry young man with a gun. I tell you this to show I am totally concerned about the state of gun violence in the U.S. and here in Colorado, and I would like to reduce it wherever possible. There are some things to note. This bill is about concealed carry. Concealed carry, based on some of the testimony you've already heard, does not reduce crime. In fact, there are statistics that show that crime increases. Firearm fatalities increase with concealed carry. The good guy with a gun, we hear that, the good guy with a gun, that's all we need. It's a myth. It is extraordinarily rare to have an armed civilian actually stop or slow down someone with a gun. As for carrying handguns here in the Capitol, which is something that would be allowed if we pass this bill, Our own legislators have given us ample proof that handguns do not belong here. They're not very careful. So now you ask for statistics. A RAND study, I found a study by RAND on gun policy in America. This was put out in 2024. Looked at a bunch of studies involving concealed carry laws, and their conclusion is that firearm homicides and violent crime may well increase, certainly isn't decreasing. They looked at a lot of studies that had been produced over a period of time, and that was the conclusion they came to. I can provide the full text if you wish. I was sitting there in my house this morning, and it's 45 pages long, and I got to tell you, however many copies I would need at 45 pages, I didn't have the paper and I didn't have the ink, so I didn't do it. But I can give you the link where you can find the study. Please vote no on HB 251164, as it is a step in the
Thank
wrong
you
direction
so
for our
much
society.
for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can.
All right, good. Chair and members of the committee, I'm Alexander Cisneros. I'm an undergraduate at the University of Colorado Boulder and the head of its Students Demand Action chapter. I urge you to vote against this bill, which would make all of us less safe. The main reason for this is that this bill allows potentially untrained 18-year-olds the same safe storage and de-escalation. As it comes to colleges, it allows those same untrained individuals to bring their firearms on campus into their lecture halls and in their dorms or shared bedrooms. That puts the entire student body at risk and should not be enabled, yet this bill does just that. This bill also allows anyone otherwise not prohibited from carrying a handgun to carry it in government buildings, including our Capitol, the galleries of the House, and your offices. I've been to hearings where abuse, curses, and ambiguous exclamations of "we will make an example of you" have been hurled at you. Do you really want to allow firearms into such an emotionally charged moment in spaces? Do you want just anyone's firearm into your workplace, regardless of their training or experience? A major reason for allowing widespread concealed carry is crime deterrence and prevention. But a 2022 study found that violent crime in urban areas increased by 20% and gun thefts increased by up to 50%. Following the introduction of permitless carry laws such as this one. At the end of the day, the Second Amendment is not absolute. Prohibiting firearms on college campuses or in state legislatures are reasonable restrictions and necessary for public safety. The training requirement for obtaining a concealed carry permit, supported by 80% of Coloradans, is a reasonable restriction and necessary for public safety. This bill seeks to remove those protections, and for this reason, I ask that you vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Eileen McCarron, and I speak for Colorado Ceasefire in opposition to House Bill 1164. Since 2011, 13 permitless concealed carry bills have been defeated. So just what we're seeing as the problems with this? No background check, no training, no sheriff's discretion. With a permitless system, each person decides on their own whether they are prohibited from possessing a gun. Lots of people seem to be confused about this. So I'm not sure how well that self-examination works. In the last 5 years alone, over 41,000 sales have been denied in Colorado because the buyer failed a background check. With the current system of permit system in the last 17 years, sheriffs have denied concealed carry permits to over 5,600 people. After all the expense they went to, the applicants just didn't seem to be in order. Sheriffs have revoked a comparable number of individuals. But with permitless, those 11,000 folks feel they would be able to confidently go forth taking guns out into our communities. So would having all these guns out there make us safer? Hardly. You've heard numerous mentions of studies where concealed carry increases crime. But this bill doesn't stop there. It lowers current meeting areas in official chambers to allow handguns in. And it prohibits local elected bodies from regulating concealed carry in their communities that they know best. Please vote no on this bill.
Thank you
Thank
very much for your testimony. Members,
And thank you, panel. My question is for the last witness who just spoke. If you could you point me to the point, to the place in this bill where it says that you don't have to go through a background check in order to purchase a weapon?
I'm sorry.
oh, sorry, Ms. McCarron.
I'm sorry, Representative Locke. I was just pointing out that that 41,000 people in the last 5 years went to buy a gun, and lo and behold, they were prohibited. So if they were going out to buy a gun, they probably think I'm good to carry. The permitless thing has no background check. Has no background check. That's why we are concerned about it. It has no background check.
Representative Luck, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But is your understanding of this bill that it changes the purchasing requirements or simply the carrying requirements? Because and if someone wants to own a gun and they in this state have to go through quite an extensive process of a background and waiting 3 days, et cetera, in order to purchase that gun. Can you show me in here where those regulations have been changed?
Ms. McCarron.
I'm sorry. I'm not doing well at communicating here. The point I was giving about these 41,000 people thought they were good to buy a gun, otherwise they wouldn't go through the whole process. So they thought they were fine. They go to buy a gun and they're turned down because they're prohibited either felony, domestic violence, the other reasons that you are. But so this really has nothing to do with purchasing a gun. I'm just saying this bill has to do with people making individual decisions like, I'm good to go. I think I'm a fine person to carry a gun. I don't think I have any prohibited offense. The 41,000 people didn't think they did either. In 2010, I was here in a hearing at the Capitol on a different bill, and a man was complaining because when he went to buy a gun at a store, he was turned down during the background check, and he actually testified, I didn't know I had that felony. And I was just like, golly, I live in a whole different world than you. I would remember if I had ever been arrested for a felony. So the point I was trying to make, not on purchase, it's just that this bill is just allowing each person to decide. Now, truly, if they were prohibited, if they were involved in a shooting, they would be arrested for incorrectly carrying. But I look at, because I'm working with ceasefire, I at every shooting that ends in a death, a fatality in this state, and compile lists. And I will tell you, so many times, what is just so frustrating, it's just arguments between people. People are at a party or at a gathering or what, and you read in their altercation erupted, and somebody had a gun and pulled it out, and others are dead at a gas station not far from my house. 2 people got in an argument with 2 others, and 2 others were dead, and the others are going to go to prison for the rest of their lives, probably.
Last follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that opens a whole other conversation that I am very curious at in hearing. So you're compiling this data as relates to fatal shootings. Do you have similar data as relates to other tools like knives, hands and feet, other things that could also be present in such arguments and altercations? Do you compare, or do you just focus on the firearm piece?
Ms. McCarron.
Because I work in the issue of gun violence prevention, I concentrate on gun violence. But I will tell you that in this state, I'm going to quote a figure that might be a little one way or the other, but it's like 72% of the homicides in this state are now done with firearms. So it's overwhelming, the number of homicides that are done with firearms. So it's been rising. It used to be lower, but it's now up in the 70%.
And I see Mr. Cisneros' hand. If you want to also respond, you're welcome to.
More toward the point around background checks, certain sheriff counties, such as those in Denver, do conduct background checks for concealed carry permits as a way to further vet individuals who would be carrying concealed firearms in public to make sure they have training and also have not committed any felonies. And the issue with this bill is that it would prevent those sheriffs from conducting those background checks because it is essentially doing away with the permit process unless you want to conceal carry in a state that recognizes Colorado concealed carry permits.
Representative Bradley, and just for really quick reference, we have about a minute and 30 seconds left on this panel.
Going
Okay,
quick.
cool.
To the woman who works with Ceasefire, when you look at that research, 73% committed with guns, are you looking at legal attained firearms? Are you looking to see if they're legally attained?
Ms. McCarron.
Thank you. Representative Bradley, those numbers come off the CDPHE statistics on fatalities in the state of Colorado, and they don't tell whether, they don't keep whether it was, they just have numbers of, here's the number of homicides, and here's the number of them that were by firearms. And so we don't have the data about how they obtained the firearms. And actually, you know, CDPHE doesn't keep track of the criminal justice system part. Okay.
Representative Bradley for a
Just
follow-up.
really quick. So don't you find that to be a problem if over 60,000 guns are brandished to stop a crime and we're putting all the firearms into one big bad compartment? If those are attained illegally and we're going after legal law-abiding citizens, then we have a very big problem here. And that's not a question. Thank you.
All right, that is all the time we have for this panel. Thank you all so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, we're going to call up Rhiannon Danborn, Elizabeth Smith, Seth Stern, and Liddy Ballard. Is there anybody else here in person that wishes to testify against this bill? Okay, we're not seeing anybody online, but please introduce yourself and the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Rhiannon Danborn, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Denver chapter of Team Enough. I'm a student at the University of Colorado Boulder and have lived in Colorado for my entire life. I'm also a member of the National Executive Council of Team Enough, the youth-led initiative of the Brady campaign. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today in opposition of HB 251164. In 2024, Team Enough Denver and several other gun violence prevention organizations successfully lobbied for and helped pass HB 241174, concealed carry permits and training. We spoke up, highlighting the importance of permitting and keeping our communities safe and articulating many of the same facts you've heard today. We also reminded this legislature of the parallels between the training and permitting we all went through to drive a vehicle, some of us very recently, and the stark lack thereof when it comes to carrying a firearm. This body listened to those concerns last year and took decisive action to protect our state. This bill, on the other hand, blatantly disregards them. As you've heard already, permitless carry only makes communities more dangerous. I'll spare you the statistics, but I'm happy to provide them if need be. This bill also lowers the permitting age to 18, which counters efforts to reduce the rising incidence of youth gun violence in particular. Frankly, I'm disappointed more than ever and exhausted that this body is even considering a bill that would allow individuals to carry loaded and concealed handguns in public without first obtaining a license or permit or receiving any firearm training. We don't allow Coloradans to drive a car without training, and so we certainly should not allow Coloradans to carry a concealed weapon without training either. On behalf of Team Enough, I respectfully urge the committee to oppose HB 1164, ensuring that Coloradans continue to be protected from the threat of gun violence in our communities, and I sincerely hope that I do not have to be here next year.
Thank you very much. Members, questions for this witness? Okay. Oh, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate where you're coming from. But there is a, dare I say, a cultural conflict here that's being presented. it's going to be on full display for the rest of tonight between this bill and the next bill. And I don't think anyone in this room is foolish enough to think that those decisions haven't already been made, and we know this bill will die and the next bill will pass because of the dynamics around these conversations. But I think it's also important for you to understand that those of us who genuinely believe in the right of self-preservation and self-defense will continue to bring forth this narrative, continue to bring forth these bills, continue to keep alive the torch of liberty, because it is essential for the operation of this constitutional republic that we have individual freedom, that we have individual rights. And this is one of the key ways in which that right, those sets of rights that you and others all have access to and many of us take for granted, are sustained by. And so while I appreciate that none of us want gun violence and none of us want to see anyone harmed, the reality from our perspective is that stripping people of these fundamental rights will lead to greater harm. And so we will continue to advocate for the right of people to defend themselves. And so while you may not want to come back here next year, let me just give you notice. More than likely, you'll be back here having the same conversation on this bill or something substantially similar. Thank you.
Did you want to respond at all? You're
I'm sorry,
welcome
was
to.
there a question there or just?
Okay. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you so much for your testimony today. We appreciate it. All right, we're going to move on to the next set of folks. So let's call up Mr. Jafar Part Omwa, Sean Steele, Matt Turner, and Stephen Reams.
Ma'am,
Can you tell me what your name is?
yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you might have to press a button. No.
Check.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, there we go.
Tell me your name really quick.
And really quick, Sheriff Steve Reams can't be on. The Zoom link isn't working for him, so I'm going to testify for him today.
Okay, are you Matt Turner?
Ma'am, yes.
Okay, perfect. So we called a number of other individuals that did not come up. So let's fill out this panel. Is Brad Bowen, Ronald Dietz, and Ava Flanell here? Okay, gonna keep moving. Jacob Loria. Oh, Ava is here. Okay. Okay, but she's not physically in the room right now, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, wonderful. Okay, and you were Jacob? You're Jacob. Okay, great. All right, welcome. Please introduce yourself and the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Matt Turner. I'm a captain with the Weld County Sheriff's Office. I'm representing Sheriff Steve Reams tonight and also myself. I'm a candidate to be the next sheriff of Weld County. Rep Weinberg actually said a lot of the points that I wanted to say earlier. So I'm going to freestyle for a minute. Hopefully I don't screw this up too bad. I don't believe that the sheriff should have the responsibility to choose who and who does not carry a weapon to defend themselves. I believe it's something we do at the sheriff's office because we have the tools to verify people, and the law currently states that we do that. But I also like to point out that out of the 27,000 people in Weld County that have an active permit, all of those people that I talk to every day, they feel like they're going through a process that shouldn't exist. And I talk to Republicans, Democrats, people who are unaffiliated, people of every gender, every race. They're inconvenienced by a system that requires them to pay money and do an administrative process. That same system sometimes prohibits people. Maybe they can't pay the money, maybe they don't have time to come do the process. This bill would allow all those people, law-abiding citizens, to carry because the criminals already are. This law doesn't enable them anymore. They already are carrying without the ability to do so. And I'd like to share a story really quick in my last 30 seconds. A number of years ago, a man was running away from our deputies after doing a crime spree. He was running through a field when two farmers noticed that he shouldn't be there, shouldn't be doing that. And they held him at gunpoint until our deputies got there. One of the places that man tried to break into was a grade school. Those men had no clue what they were doing. They just knew that guy looked out of place and he needed to be stopped. We need more people like that in Weld County. There are 350,000 people, 27,000 is not enough. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ronald Dietz. I live in Littleton, Colorado. I am testifying in support of this bill, and I am representing myself. I will emphasize what our good captain here said in a little different way. Gun control laws only apply to law-abiding citizens. They do not apply to criminals. And if you don't think that makes sense, think about it a little while. It means that criminals don't obey the law. The kind of guys he has to deal with, who are willing to murder, rape, rob banks, whatever, are not going to obey any restrictions on constitutional carry. What this constitutional carry law will do is it will take a law-abiding citizen who does not have a permit and will not carry a gun because he obeys the law. He will now, or she will now be able to carry a gun and protect themselves because it's now been recognized and they have been given their means of self-defense. I heard it said here from one of the opponents that he believes in self-defense. Well, self-defense is useless if you don't have the means to defend yourself. To take away the means of self-defense is to take away the right of self-defense. And studies is that advocacy group studies always, nonpartisan, objective, unbiased studies are to be considered valid. The CDC in 2013
a written test. They must pay roughly $100 to $200 for the class and $150 to apply for the permit. This is literally taxation on a constitutional right, which makes it unaffordable for many. That the right to self-defense is for everyone, not just those who can pay to buy their rights back. Residents must wait 1 to 3 months for their permit to arrive in the mail before they can legally conceal carry. Let's not overlook how long it takes for them to get an appointment with their presiding authority. In my county, they're backed up until July right now. Because of the new legal requirements, this invalidates the classes citizens previously took and paid for and are now forced to take more expensive classes that few instructors are certified to teach at this time. I'm a firearms instructor. I've been teaching since 2013. I've taught far too many last-minute one-on-one classes for people whose lives were in danger. Sadly, I've experienced women coming into classes with bruises all over their body, thoroughly scared for their lives. They know damn well a piece of paper from a judge or a short period of time in jail won't protect them. Unfortunately, working up the incredible courage to get training is such a small hurdle compared to the rest. That's the cost. There's the cost of a firearm, cost of the class, and the cost of a permit application. It's a significant financial burden that doesn't even bring them immediate safety. After that, they must wait in fear until they get an appointment, which with the Sheriff's Department currently stands in my county is 8 months. Please vote no for this bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for having me back in committee. I appreciate it. My name is Jacob Luria, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party of Colorado. I'm here on behalf of myself and the entire Libertarian Party to show support for HB 25, 1164, a bill that ultimately strengthens our fundamental right to self-defense here in Colorado. The legislation allows law-abiding citizens, because as everyone pointed out, these laws will only apply to law-abiding citizens, to carry without a permit, aligning with the freedoms guaranteed to be protected in the Constitution. And if I hear that the Colorado State Constitution does not protect concealed carry, then that part of the Colorado Constitution is not valid. The Bill of Rights was there to establish these rights not being railroaded by the government. Because too often arbitrary restrictions like the ones that this bill is trying to defeat, like age limits or costly permitting process, disable adults, including young adults who deserve the same right to protect themselves as anyone else. The bill fixes that by lowering the permitting age to 18 and making concealed carry permits optional, while still preserving the option for those who need them for reciprocity in other states. It also simplifies the system by eliminating renewals and local regulations, creating consistency statewide. In my research, I thought I saw that 29 other states have constitutional carry, and the LP of Colorado 100% is in favor of making Colorado number 30. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, what questions do we have for this panel? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's a misconception that law-abiding gun owners are out there hammered, shooting our guns up in the air. I am a mom of 4 boys. I take my kids to the gun range. We shoot various kinds of guns. I teach them to respect guns. They hunt. So my question is for you, Ms. Flanell. Do you see this type of bill changing the way that women, men, whoever come and get trained? Because most law-abiding gun owners want to be trained. We want to shoot effectively and efficiently. Every year before my kids and my husband go hunting, they sight in their rifles. They're respectful guns.
So this was actually one of my concerns, and being a firearms instructor, especially, for well over a decade, I was afraid that people wouldn't want to take training because they, typically would take training to get their concealed carry permit. I'm well connected in this in the gun industry. I've reached out to people who are instructors in other states. There are 29 states that do have constitutional carry, and carry, it has not actually. It's there, if anything, they've consistently been busy, and people still want training. They want to learn something that they don't know how to use.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure for the record, Ms. Flanell, that you meant to say that you are in support of this bill, not opposed to it.
Ms. Flanell.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up?
I do.
Okay, Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my follow-up is for you, Deputy, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Captain?
Yeah, Captain Turner.
Captain Turner, I apologize. Do you know, you may or may not, but do you know what the County Sheriffs of Colorado's position is on this bill?
Captain Turner.
I believe they support it. That's what I got from the meeting that I attended the other day.
All right. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For anyone, we had heard that statistically, states, red or blue, that have higher gun ownership or constitutional carry or concealed carry have higher rates of violence. I just wondered if anyone on the panel had something to say about that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dietz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's looking what you call a deep dive into the data. Technically, it's true that there are more shootings and more killings in states where people are permitted to defend themselves with guns. But that's because they're shooting rapists, they're shooting home invaders, and they themselves are not becoming victims of crime. So you have to look at that kind of stuff in the data. You can't just have the pure numbers. That's always a problem when you have a number and you just have raw data. You have to analyze it.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands. Thank you all so much for your testimony this evening. All right, let's move on and call Alicia Garcia, Missy Espinosa, Catching Valentis, and Alan Fisher. Folks online. All right, we don't see Mr. Fisher. What about Brian Cordell, Mark Tisdale, and Nina Brewer? All right, while we do that, let's start on the end here. Ma'am, with you, please introduce yourself and the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Missy Espinoza, and I'm representing myself. I appreciate this bill so much, especially in this den of snakes, which work every day to disarm us and our progeny. I want to remind you, or maybe make some of you aware, that the All-American Best Representative ever, Thomas Massie, has lots and lots of sponsors for HR 645, the National Constitutional Carry Act. It will invalidate all of your stupid laws, statutes, regulations, or local restrictions that criminalizes or dissuades us from carrying our firearms in public. It will prohibit you from making us, the people, criminals or penalizing us civilly. There will be consistent protection of the Second Amendment rights, even in Puerto Rico. We will no longer beg you or be forced to pay you to exercise our civil rights. As a poor person, thank you, Rep. Weinberg and Rep. Thomas Massie, my knight in shining armor. I would like to be asked, if possible, why I carry concealed versus open.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Ma'am, please introduce yourself and the floor is yours for 2 minutes. I'm gonna have you, yep, there you go. You just want to turn on the microphone.
My name is Alicia Garcia. I'm the plaintiff in Garcia versus Polis against a 3-day waiting period. I'm also a firearms educator in Colorado. I also am a very, very big pro 2A advocate, and I want to thank the sponsor of this bill, Rep. Weinberg, for creating it. We know very well that we have minimal chance of passing this today. We realize that we're sitting here with the odds stacked against us because we have notorious people here that are very anti-gun. When it comes to carrying a concealed firearm, I want to reiterate to you that I'm your protector. There are countless people in this society that are walking around with concealed firearms, and we are protecting you whether you like it or not. When we're at the grocery store, we're concealed. You don't realize we're there with you. We're overseeing your safety because guess what? When moments matter, we're the ones that are going to act, not police officers. Hopefully they can get there in time, but they're already overstaffed. We have the city that's pro defunding the police. You just had a sheriff captain tell you that they support this. This is an important thing because evil doesn't wait. And when you're walking around with a concealed firearm, you have the consciousness of knowing what your capability is. I don't have the capability of fighting against 3 men that wish to assail me unless I have my great neutralizer on me, which I have carried every day since I've been an adult woman. And I want to implore you to support this because we realize you don't want this. We realize this panel is anti-gun, but just because we're peaceful doesn't mean we're not harmless. We're very harmful. And we have intent to be harmful to those that wish to harm us. And when you wake up a bear, a sleeping bear, and you poke it, we will make sure that we get our rights handled either this way or if we have to take it to the Supreme Court. So might as well just help us out. We've been working with you. It's time to work with us.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And finally to you, sir.
My name is Catching Valentinus. I'm with Rocky Mountain Gun Owners. We need to be really clear about something. Criminals are the enemy of law and order, not your fellow citizens. It's just really what it is. You can limit citizen ownership of firearms as much as you can dream up, as much as you want to, but as those actually opposed to this bill have already shared. Firearms are here to stay in the United States. And the good thing is that there are far more good, well-intentioned citizens in this state and in our country. Every attempt to oppose a wonderful bill like this, which would offer the state an opportunity to solve its own problems, to gap that, let's say, 10 minutes to an hour and a half response time of an officer. It really hurts to witness a panel like this. Representative Carter, Representative Mabry, Representative.
Sir, I would just
Farley.
ask that you not call out members individually. You're welcome to proceed with your
So
testimony, though.
all
about
of
the
you
bill.
folks staring at your phones and computers, disregarding this very important legislation to your constituency, it's disappointing to witness. Beyond these city limits, there are real lions and bears that are preying on Coloradans' livestock. There are young families who cannot defend themselves today. There are so many issues with the way that we are conducting things in this state. And I encourage you all to support this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We're going to go online now to Brian Cordell.
Yes, I'm for this bill. I'm coming from the I'll start here. In CBS Colorado said last year that Colorado was the third most violent state in the country, with 492 per 100,000 people. And I bring this up to the from the standpoint of violence. As a little bit of background, I grew up in an extremely abusive home. I knew what was in my abuser was a metal fabricator, so he was a very strong person. He will use his fist, PVC pipe, welding rods, etc. So, oh yeah, and axe handles. So I know firsthand what it is to be struck with those items. I'm for this bill now as not as a 14-year-old, but as a 57-year-old who can no longer physically defend myself or basically fight or flee. And I would like to see the ability to expand the ability of people to conceal carry without these current restrictions, and owner's charges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Mark Tisdale. Please, yours.
Good evening. My name is Mark Tisdale. I'm representing myself. I'm in favor of this bill. I've heard a lot of talk from the people who
Sir, we've lost you. We can, I think you may have muted yourself. We can see your lips moving, but we weren't getting the words.
I'm sorry. Can
There
you
you
hear me?
go. Yep, we can hear you. We're going to start you
Okay.
over if you want to start over as well.
Okay. I've heard a lot of people who are testifying against this bill who continually brought up the idea of how we need it as a public safety. However, they've ignored the fact that the Supreme Court has ruled multiple times that the government holds no obligation to protect the private citizen. So if we're understanding that through cases like Gonzalez v. Town of Castle Rock, DeShaney v. Winnebago, which were two cases with the Supreme Court ruled that the government has no obligation to protect a private citizen, then it is on the private citizen's responsibility to protect themselves. If we through putting requirements for a citizen to be able to protect themselves, we are limiting that. And I find it strange that we act as if the Second Amendment, people's ability to defend themselves, is different than any other right. There's no other right where, in order to exercise my right on a daily basis, I have to get a permission slip from the government. It would be like asking me to go through a bunch of training, apply for a permit just so I can use Twitter on a daily basis, or I can use Facebook. That everybody would understand that that's insane. But for some reason, people in that legislature find it perfectly acceptable to restrict my right to defend myself, my family, through putting all these restrictions on it and adding expenses. We all know that the economy right now is struggling, but we're making it even harder for people to be able to defend themselves, because they're having to decide, do I feed my kids this week, or or myself, or do I protect us? And I think that that's something that we need to seriously look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, what questions do you have for this panel? Representative Espinosa.
Thank you. For the last gentleman who testified, and looking up the case of Town of Castle Rock, Colorado v. Gonzalez, that case had to deal with restraining orders and the police's obligation not to enforce the restraining orders. I don't see its bearing on what we're talking about today. Can you enlighten me?
Mr. Tisdale.
Yes, it's real simple. When the state has said that it is going to require you to jump through certain hoops to protect yourself, and then, as in the case of Gonzalez v. Castle Rock, this woman went to the state, said, "Hey, my children and I are in danger." State said, "Yes, you are. Here's this piece of paper." Well, guess what? The piece of paper didn't protect her kids from getting killed. So the reality is, the only thing that does is her ability to, if she had been able to have a firearm, be able to carry it without having to go through this process of paying for a permit, this would have just made it more accessible for her, and maybe her children would be alive today. But instead, they're deceased because they were killed, and the state sat back, even though she had multiple times reported to the police that he was violating this restraining order. The state said, "Oh, well, it's not our responsibility to actually enforce it." So in other words, the state is saying that the restraining order is useless to begin with.
All right, I'm not seeing any. Oh, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Espinosa, you said to ask you why you conceal versus open carry.
I'm sorry, who is that for? Oh, Ms. Espinosa, perfect. Make sure your microphone's on when you answer, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So it's really simple, and I give this advice. I want to say I am an NRA certified firearm instructor. I am a domestic abuse survivor. I am a survivor of an armed home invasion. I've been through a lot. I try to use my experiences to empower people, to give them a little bit of knowledge if I could share it with them. When somebody asks me, why conceal? Why cover your gun? If I walk down the street open carrying, which is an option, not in Denver, but an option, that's going to make me a target. They're going to see this little Mexican woman and say, "I like that gun. I think I want it." That makes me a target. But if I just do this with my shirt, a simple flick of the shirt over the gun, that's regulated. I have to pay for that. I have to pay hundreds of dollars and time and beg you for permission to be able to do this, which actually keeps me safer because it doesn't make me a target. It keeps people from knowing that I have this valuable firearm on my hip. That's my answer.
Follow up, Representative Bradley, and then I believe Rep. Clifford or Vice Chair Clifford.
Thank you. And thank you. I didn't even actually think about that, that we do allow open carry and how that could be turned against women like me. So thank you for clarifying. Ms. Garcia, do you have a concealed carry?
Absolutely.
How long did it take you to get that?
Too long.
Oh, sorry.
It took me, so
Just a moment. Can you tell us your name again one more time?
my name is
please?
Alicia Garcia.
Okay, Miss Garcia, now you can respond. Thank you.
So it takes you having to take the class, then filing for the appointment, then you have to take the appointment, and then you had to wait 90 days. Well, you have the state had 90 days to let you know if and when you receive your permit. So that was probably about 3-month process, depending on the wait. Sometimes, I mean, during COVID, people were waiting for appointments for up to 6 months to 9 months. Just and the 90 days doesn't even start until the appointment actually takes place. Now we have, is effective in July 1st, we have an entire new concealed carry process that's allowing for 8 hours class. And so technically it could be either 1 or 2 days just to get the education to take the written exam, which is also biased to people who are illiterate or don't have English as their first language, or any other issues, as well as financial issues, people who can't afford to pay for these because the cost is going to increase, the live fire training, then going to the sheriff's department, issuing that paperwork. And obviously if SB 25003 passes the way it's written now, that would be an additional requirement on top of the concealed handgun permit. So what that's doing is making more barriers for people to jump through that are financial, that are, poverty stricken, that may be elderly, maybe they have issues with English being a first language, or they can afford it, or a time constraint. When somebody's trying to kill you, you shouldn't have to ask permission to defend yourself. Evil doesn't wait. You don't say, hey, you know what, hold on 1 second. The law says that you can't kill me right now. So can you wait for either 3 days or how long ever it takes for you to pass, the 3-day waiting to pick up your gun, etc.
All right, our last question goes to Representative Clifford. Just want to note that we've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left for this panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll do my best to go that fast. I've been in the legislature a total of 413 days. I have had one meeting that has ever been requested or scheduled in my office. Some people have requested a meeting this week. I will meet with anybody that ever wants to meet with me on this topic. But to date, one has happened. And I'm really fascinated in this topic. I too have been an RA firearms instructor. I have been involved with firearms my entire life. I'm not your typical person when you want to start to talk about guns, and I'm also very interested in constitutionality of things. And the question that I have for anybody on the panel, and I know that we're going to talk about this some more. I've got 2 people that have requested a meeting with me right away. Where in your process, when you talk about this being unconstitutional, have you found in the 234 years of the Supreme Court ruling on these issues that they've ever said that a state can't have a concealed weapons permit process? I am very familiar with Bruin. I'm very familiar with New York. I'm very familiar with those cases and exactly what the outcomes of those were. So can you tell me what is unconstitutional about a state requiring you to have a process? Any of you?
Let's go with, I'm sorry, Miss Espinosa.
Thank you. I would have to respond with the most obvious is that in order for this to hold up the scrutiny of the Supreme Court, it has to be validated by history, text, and tradition. I want you to think back into history. I want you to even think back to the books you looked at in school with pictures. In the Wild West days or in the early colonial times, anytime throughout American history, especially in the times when the spirit of the Second Amendment was the context. Where did they ask for permission from the sheriff or the government to be able to carry their firearm?
May I follow up?
One follow-up because we're already in.
I would like one example, a specific one maybe, if you have it.
Well, I mean, in the only, if that's the case, then how come in 234 years, the Supreme Court has not made that clear?
All right, we're already 1 minute over.
Okay.
maybe you all can meet afterwards and continue
Sure.
this conversation. Thank you all so much for your testimony today. We're going to move on to the next panel. Yes, of course. Let's call up Dean Friedeline, Seth Stern, Gary Gillespie, Kenneth Geiger, Lori Goebel, and Justin Green. I believe everybody's remote. Okay, since it looks like we only have one witness out of those that I just called, I'm going to move down the line and see if we can't get a few more folks queued up here. So I'd invite Hans Manley, Aaron Lewis, Travis Couture Lovelady, and Frank Laners. Okay. Do we want to say yes? Okay, all right, let's go ahead and proceed with okay, let's start with you, Lori Goebel. Please come off mute and the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. Laura Goebel from Loveland, representing Faith Mail Fellowship. I'm a member of the clergy and a Constitution coach through Patriot Academy. Thank you for all hearing this very important bill, and thank you to Representative Weinberg for presenting this bill. It is truly a sad state of affairs here in Colorado that such a bill would even have to be penned. Our God-given constitutional rights are being attacked and eroded on what seems a daily basis. And in light of other bills being presented in the legislature this year that are intent on subverting our Second Amendment rights, this bill appears to be necessary. No one should have to acquire a permit to exercise a constitutional right. In response to the first speaker, irresponsibility does not negate the constitutional rights of others. It would be the same as saying none of us should drive a motor vehicle recklessly. The last section of this bill erases the vagueness and the question of, am I allowed to carry here? All citizens have a right and duty to protect themselves and their loved ones, no matter where they are. Allowing people to exercise their God right as enshrined in the Second Amendment, the right of the people that keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Your oath of office, your first duty is to, quote, support the Constitution of the United States. Your oath of office necessitates that you vote in the affirmative for this bill to clarify and codify all points of this bill that reinforce the Constitution. And in the future, because of the oath of office that you freely took, would also necessitate that you vote nay on each and every bill that comes before this committee and the House as a whole that would either weaken or erode the constitutional rights of Colorado citizens. I thank you for your time today and for taking my comments to heart.
Thank you very much. Let's move now to Hans Manley. Please come off mute and the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and representatives, for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm Hans Manley. I'm representing myself for this bill. I'm a rancher in eastern Colorado, and I carry firearms on my ranch between my owned land where it's separated by a road. In the winter, I carry my firearms underneath my coat in the vehicle. Obviously, I have rattlesnakes and coyotes and a few rabid animals. Are just a tool to raise beef. Firearm is much smaller and safer than if I tried to use an axe and they're certainly more effective at range, trying to get a coyote. The deputy sheriff that I've talked to said that my use of a firearm and carrying it underneath a winter coat or a raincoat, he says, really isn't concealed carry, and said you need a permit for that. And for a lot of years I didn't. I do not trust that attitude will stay in my county, and nor does that attitude go to when I go to another county that I can trust. Record keeping for concealed carry to me is inconsiderate of law enforcement resources. My behavior of carrying a firearm is historically valid, and covering that firearm when under a winter coat or rain jacket is also part of history in the majority of all lands in the United States. And I'll answer questions if you'd like.
Thank you very much, sir. Next up, Aaron Lewis.
Yeah, hello, my name is Aaron Lewis in Leadville, Colorado. I'm a third generation Coloradan and have been a concealed carry holder since 2004, 1 year after Colorado State passed the concealed carry legislation. In that time that I've carried a concealed handgun nearly every day, minus the days that I'm not on shift as a firefighter, there's been 2 times that I thought I was going to have to use my legally concealed handgun. Luckily, at the time, I had a sheriff's badge when I was working as a reserve deputy to ward off some criminals. Had I not, 3 people who were willing to do me harm would have been harmed or shot. I do not want to ever use my concealed carry firearm to hurt somebody, but it is there in case that ever happens again. That being said, constitutional carry has made it to 29 states in our great nation. Make it the 30th. If you look at actual data, states that have constitutional carry are safer. Colorado has become an absolute cesspool of crime and corruption under the Democratic rule. And with constitutional carry, when criminals and illegal aliens don't know who is going to actually be carrying, citizens will be safer. I'll stick around for any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Travis Couture, Lovelady.
Thank you. My name is Travis Couture Lovelady. I'm here representing the National Rifle Association's position on this piece of legislation. Our organization and membership are in strong support of this. This is not a new or uncommon policy. Over half the states have constitutional carry now, including Colorado's neighbors, Kansas, Wyoming, Arizona, Utah, Nebraska, Oklahoma. In most of the country, law-abiding citizens can carry a firearm for self-protection without government permission and having to pay the fee. So Colorado is clearly in the minority here. Colorado's system is set up as a privilege, not a right. Permitless carry or constitutional carry, there's a number of misconceptions about this, some accidental and some purposely placed. Permitless carry does not change prohibited person laws or laws governing the misuse of a firearm, including illegal brandishing, discharge, threatening, and others. Does not affect prohibited places, does not change who Simply put, permitless carry merely gives law-abiding people better options for self-defense. States enacting permitless carry do not devolve into the Wild West. Opponents in every state claim that if permitless carry is enacted, it's going to be the end of days and lawlessness and killing will escalate to epic proportions. But those claims are simply not true. FBI crime data for the states that have had permitless carry in effect, while available crime data before and after enactment, shows that there has been no negative impact on public safety. Criminals already carry concealed firearms without permits and have no regard for the law requiring them. This legislation is not for them. It simply puts law-abiding Coloradans on equal footing. Closing, the Second Amendment is clear and concise and guarantees the freedom and right to bear arms. It's time we get back to trusting the citizens of this state with the rights guaranteed to them through the Second Amendment. I strongly urge the passage of this bill. Happy to stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, last up on this panel, Frank Learnerds.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, to the members of the committee again. My name is Frank Lenners of Fort Collins and representing myself in support of this bill. I want to start out with the history of concealed carry permitting is deeply intertwined with discrimination and efforts to disarm marginalized communities, especially during slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and the Civil Rights era. This legacy continues today in states with permit requirements and excessive restrictions on where one can legally carry. Colorado should not continue to tie itself to this atrocious legacy, and this bill is another step forward towards moving past that. As a former resident of a shall issue state, California, I saw firsthand the after effects of these horrible restrictions and their immensely subjective nature. With Colorado's Colorado's concealed carry permit regime is not as strict as California's, it is still an excessive burden on law-abiding Coloradans. We should not have to buy back a right that has been enshrined to us in both the US and Colorado constitutions. With the exception of New Mexico, every one of our neighboring states have adopted constitutional carry with no measurable negative effect on public safety. It's time for Colorado to hold up its values as a pro-liberty Western state and embrace the constitutional carry revolution. Thank you, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much. Members, what questions do we have for this panel? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Manley, Hans, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. I have a question for you because I grew up in the Deep South around guns. My husband grew up on 400 acres in Maine. Very common to have a loaded shotgun because of wildlife and other things around the house. He drove to school in a pickup truck with a loaded gun in the back of his truck, along with many, many other kids that he went to school with. Never mass shootings at his school, never mass shootings around his school, never shootings at the mall or anything like that. So we were taught to respect guns. I teach my children to respect guns. When people have car accidents or a violent attack happens in somewhere like New Orleans, we call that an attack or a domestic terrorist attack. Or if there's an accident with a car, we call it a motor vehicle accident. So why are we putting the place on the guns, and what do you think has changed?
Mr. Manley.
I think we've developed this mystique about guns. I mean, a gun to me is a poorly shaped rock until you put a bullet inside of it, and then you put a human on the trigger, and until then, it's just a rock. And a rifle, a long rifle, that's a poorly designed bat until you put ammunition in it and put a human on a trigger. And I don't know why we've gone that way, but we certainly seem to have done that. I mean, when I was a youngster, I mean, hunter safety in high school, I was 14. And yes, he brought a gun in this school. And I don't know why I don't know why you've done that. We don't understand what guns are. They're just poorly shaped rocks until you add the human, and our humans have changed a lot.
All right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to this panel. We're going to call up our final panel here. We have Cindy Denton, Leslie Hollywood, Sean Zilla, Matt Eady, and Aaron Meshke. And if there's anyone else here in person that has not had the opportunity to testify but wants to testify, please come forward. All right, let's start with Cindy Denton. Please come. Miss Denton. Okay, Ms. Denton, this is the third time we've tried to call you to come off mute and provide your testimony. We're going to move on and welcome back Ms. Erin Meschke.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Erin Meschke. I live in Boulder and represent myself. I ask you to pass HB 241164 in support of constitutional carry. 2 years ago, when Rep. Weinberg brought a resolution for this issue to go to voters, I compared maps of constitutional carry states to maps of public shootings. Most years show dots all around in states without constitutional carry, but very rare dots in states with constitutional carry. As has been seen in many of the available manifestos from public shooters, they look for unarmed locations, or in this case, unarmed or lesser armed states. You can try to dispute this fact, but the maps and data make this side-by-side comparison undeniable. In the end, this doesn't need to be a huge debate, and although I could provide them, I know you won't be persuaded by copious statistics of benefit gained from war would repeal a slew of unconstitutional Colorado gun laws, but would also protect Colorado citizens by showing wannabe shooters we won't stand for their nonsense anymore. So I ask for your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Leslie Hollywood.
Just checking that you guys can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you. The floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Leslie Hollywood, and I'm speaking in support of HB 251164. I'm speaking today not just as a citizen, but as a single mother whose daughter's life was saved because her father had a firearm when a madman was trying to kill them. The nightmare incident left a lasting mark on everyone involved, but not a day goes by that I don't think about how different that night would have been had her father not had his pistol. How different that call I received would have been. Guns save lives. Research consistently shows that states with constitutional carry laws see no increase in violent crimes. For example, Alaska in 2003 and Arizona in 2010 saw their murder rates drop by 30% in the 5 years following the adoption of constitutional carry. Similar stats can be found for Texas and Florida. But most recently, after Ohio enacted constitutional carry in 2022, a study conducted by the Center for Justice Research and Bowling Green State University and the Ohio Attorney General's Office found a significant decrease in gun crime across many of the state's largest cities. Specifically, Parma, Akron, and Toledo saw the most substantial reductions in crime, with declines of 22% and 18% respectively. Even Columbus experienced a notable 12% decrease in gun crimes. The right to bear arms ensured by constitutional carry laws is not just about guns. It's also about equalizing the right to safety across socioeconomic boundaries. The necessity of permits can often disproportionately affect the less affluent, making self-defense a privilege of the wealthy. This is not just an issue of gun rights, and it's an issue of human rights. Everyone deserves the right to protect themselves and their families, regardless of their economic status. To restrict constitutional carry is to say that only those who can afford the time and money to navigate the permit process have the right to defend their lives. I urge you to support this bill, not only as a means to uphold our Second Amendment rights, but as a critical step toward ensuring that no parent has to feel powerless in protecting their children. Thank you very much, and I ask you to vote yes today.
Thank you very much. We're going to do one last call for Cindy Denton. If you can hear us, please come off mute so that we can listen to your testimony. Okay. We're going to move to our final witness, Beth Smith, and I do want to acknowledge that she is in opposition. So this is our last panel and it's mixed, but I think we will all be okay. Ms. Smith, do you want to come off mute? And the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'm Elizabeth Smith. I'm a member of Colorado Faith Communities United to End Gun Violence. We are a group of different congregations who share a commitment to addressing the public health crisis of gun violence. CFCU opposes HB 251164, which as written is concerned exclusively with the rights of the gun owner. We recognize that the Second Amendment, as interpreted by the Supreme Court includes the right to possess a firearm for self-defense and to carry it outside the home. But as Justice Scalia stated in Heller, quote, that right is not unlimited. And in the Bruin case, the issue of the minimum age of concealed carry was not considered. United States Supreme Court constitutional rights are not yes or no answers. They involve a balancing of the individual with the societal, and very a right to protect the individual.
All right, so I'm going to start flapping my gums in a minute.
It wasn't until Heller that the court reinterpreted the Second Amendment to not apply to a militia. In other words, sanctioned armed forces. They changed their mind. And when they did so, it wasn't a black and white yes or no. Specifically, with reducing the age to 18 for concealed carry, there is abundant medical research establishing that the human brain does not fully mature until at least the age of 25. This is specific from Harvard Medical School. Quote, the area of the brain that controls reasoning and helps us think before we act does not finish developing until the age of 25. Leaving
that's all the time that we have. Thank you so much. All right, members, do you have any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all so much for your time and your testimony today.
They always
All
say
right,
this stuff,
we've
but the
made
human brain
requests,
doesn't mature,
for
but then they
anybody else
want
that wanted to
16-year-olds
provide
voting.
testimony.
So
So
you
at
tell
this time,
me.
the testimony phase is now closed. Representative Weinberg, do you have any amendments? All right, committee, do you have any amendments?
So
All right,
no
seeing
amendments
none,
to the
amendment
bill.
phase is now closed. Bill wrap up, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee. The first thing I'd like to do is thank everybody in opposition and in support. The best thing about this country since moving here is being able to listen to everybody.
Yeah,
their
we take
opinions
your
and
rights
ideas,
because more
and I
people vote to
respect
take your
everybody's
rights.
Opinions and ideas from either the opposing and the supporting. I think this is very important. I grew up in a third world country. I know exactly what it's like to not have rights and privileges, especially to defend myself or my family. That is the reason I think this bill is utterly important, and I would urge everybody to vote yes.
Committee, do you have any, actually, do we need to move the bill before we take finals? Okay. All right, Representative Vice.
Trying to get all my stuff arranged. I've been cooking.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 251164 to the committee
Is
with a
there-
favorable recommendation.
Is there a second? All right, seconded by Representative Bradley. Now, members, do you have any closing comments? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rep. Weinberg, for bringing this. And thank you to everyone that.
Yeah, the
testified.
leftist brain
I
never
really
matures. Yeah, pretty much.
Heated conversation, and glad that we got a little off, but we were pulled back together. So, you know, I hate that we talk about we have to come back again and again and again. This is an important issue. And, you know, growing up in Tennessee, my husband growing up in Maine, I never thought that my Second Amendment rights would be infringed on, and raising 4 children in a crime-ridden state, it scares me. It scares me that we're going to limit my children's ability to defend themselves when I know that there are so many concealed carry gun owners in the state. It gives me a sense of security and feeling safe. I don't think we can have it both ways. I don't think we can say that there's so many guns, almost more guns than people, but we have crime that is through the roof in this state. We can't have it both ways. It's completely hypocritical. 67,000
Saying you
offensive gun use
applied
per
for a
year.
concealed
I think
carry
that's actually
permit?
a lot higher without even firing a
Huh.
weapon.
I
And
never
even
saw
though
that in Alabama.
48,000
I know
firearm-related
California
deaths,
did it one time.
54% death by suicide, but 43% are murder. And we don't even know if the murders are actually on illegal firearms or legal firearms. So it's like we have all this research that's completely biased and not proven to really help the people that are the
Yeah,
law
Johns
abiding
Hopkins
citizens.
is
So
completely
we
biased
brandish
and
a gun and
completely
stop the
gun
crime,
control.
I can't imagine why the places that have more constitutional carry gun owners would see more gun violence. That doesn't make a bit of sense to me. It is hypocritical just even saying those words out loud, because we would have massive violence in red states everywhere if that was the case. I am for Second Amendment rights. I do not think they should be infringed on, and I am a strong yes on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Yeah, we'll see how this
Thank you, Madam
goes.
Chair.
Don't
First off,
expect it to go well.
Thank you, Representative Weinberg, for recognizing and respecting both viewpoints on this. I do think, this is a really contentious issue year after year in this Capitol, and I do appreciate you acknowledging and respecting the viewpoints on the other side. I also respect the viewpoints on the other side. There were a few people who testified here.
The hell you
I'm
do.
Looking at my phone. I was looking at my phone because I was Googling things in response to what I was hearing. So I do want folks to know I am listening up here, and I actually found some responses to questions. And like Representative Weinberg, I like listening when people come and testify because I learn a lot. I believe the evidence. I think I'll recognize, right? We both can point to studies and say, oh, well, this is my preferred study. I believe the evidence that suggests that states with looser gun laws have more gun violence.
The more states that have gone constitutional carry, the murder rate with firearms and the assault rate with firearms has actually dropped.
Safe. I totally respect that you disagree with that. And then just on the constitutionality of this, even under the Bruin analysis, I believe that Colorado's gun laws as they are.
Where's my hammer? I need my hammer.
And just to answer the question that was asked of Representative Clifford, in 1868, New Jersey barred the wearing of a concealable weapon in public because, according to the law, it induced great fear and quarrels.
And that was still unconstitutional. Slavery was held to be constitutional too, you prick. You want that back? Oh, wait a second. You're a Democrat. Of course you do.
By 1800, 4 states had enacted gun carry restrictions. And in the 19th century, so by 1900, 37 states did so. So I do believe that the laws that we have on the books fit within a Bruin analysis. And with that, I will be enough.
Vice Chair Clifford.
I can't really
Madam
say what I
Chair.
would like to
Very much
say.
appreciate
And I don't filter myself.
as colleagues. I have been just doing the work to try to understand the constitutionality, and I find lots of disdain for the United States Supreme Court over time for not just making something crystal clear, just laying it out and saying, this is what we want you to do. And they very rarely ever do that when it comes to rights, because it's a convoluted issue. And it is things like Rep. Mabry said, I in a lot of the history of the state and learning the history of our law enforcement in this state, so I am better guided in some of those policies. I found tons of times when we were back in the Leadville days or during certain gold rushes or things like that, when we had labor strikes, where the sheriff of the county at the time took up everybody's weapons. They didn't want the police to have weapons. They took them all away. So that this is not
That ain't
something
happening.
that is new over time. And I'm not talking about taking weapons away. I'm just saying gun control measures are not something that started today. The other thing is in both Bruin and the New York decision, they left it open for states to be clear that they could do this. And here's the other thing, law on the
You're
books
damn right they
is
are,
a
Lightning.
rules. I am very
If
happy
you
that
put
we
a
have
barrier
people
in
that
front of
are
a right,
trained
you got
when
to
they
take
go out
classes,
to
you got to pay
use
money.
their weapons.
It's not a
The
right,
worst
it's
thing that I
privilege.
could imagine is having untrained
It's the way it
people
works.
with weapons. So I have great confidence that, and I will say plainly for everybody, for my colleagues as well, on the Democratic side, I don't necessarily agree with every policy. I do agree with this one. I do agree that constitutional carry is not right for the state of Colorado, and we are not in the minority.
This dude is the NRA
States have
instructor, if
this,
I'm
and
remembering
we're
voices
way
right.
out data-wise for whether or not this has had any meaningful impact
And the horse they rode in on.
their crime, their violence.
That's all I got to say.
etc. So
Well, I
I'm
got a lot more to say.
I'm a no for now on this, and I do offer. You know, I look to the Rocky Mountain gun owners people. I look to the other people. If you, I will listen to you. If you can convince me with real data, if you can convince me,
I will listen to you, and then I'm going to fucking ignore reality and go with my
I will engage in this
brainless
dialogue
self.
with you and stay in that dialogue with you until we land someplace. But that's the best I can do, and I think we're doing the right thing here. So I'm a no today as well.
Representative Carter.
I wish we had this on video where I could look at the actual votes on it. I already know it's not going to pass.
Representative Weinberg.
California's flooded with leftists right now. It's dead in the water.
Thank you for bringing the bill because
The so-called Republican, the NRA instructor, Bud fuck over there, is the one that drives me crazy.
I've spoken to and had meetings with members of the delegation who are in favor of this. And I sat down in my office and I said, talk to me. Talk to me. And one of my biggest issues, or I want to say regrets, is that I'll sit down.
Yeah,
and talk to
Lightning.
anybody, but talk to me and talk to me respectfully.
Yeah. That's all I can say is yeah.
Sitting here, there are judges, there's police officers, lawyers. This is my other committee, or the most deliberate bodies I've seen.
Leftists and statists, because I'll throw some Republicans in that basket. They only care about the Constitution when they can manipulate it. Other than that, they don't give a shit about it.
I am a no, but I'm also
When the Second Amendment lays out a very solid legal language for the right to bear arms, and they ignore it, it shows you they don't give a shit unless they can manipulate it.
I don't need anyone to attack the sponsors, the witnesses, or the members of the committee, because we're not going to have.
I'll tell you something. When Alabama went constitutional carry,
thank you.
The only place crime went up is the place that crime was already existing in the first place. It wasn't bodies in the street. I didn't have to step over bodies to go to work. It was fentanyl, and it was a drug trade. And when you
Thank you,
let
Madam
that
Chair.
much
Thank
fentanyl
you,
to the country, it's going to get
Representative,
violent. It's that fucking simple.
Berg, for all of this. And
we got to listen to these
for the
retards.
most part, I think this went fairly decently today.
I guess I do this to you guys because I do it to myself.
So I'm strongly,
fucking love
I'm
sharing
just
the
a
pain.
constitutionalist. The Constitution says no infringement, and we infringe on it all the time. We infringe on it 3 or 4 times a year. It's not constitutional. What we do in this state, our gun laws are not even close to constitutional. That's why they get taken into court so often. The only reason we have the First Amendment is because we have the Second Amendment. In a Marxist state, you better have a Second Amendment or you'll never have a First Amendment. And this also is what keeps people from coming for your children. And so I'm strongly in favor of this bill and any bill that will tear down all of the crazy infringements that we've created around
Clone this guy and
Second
elect him
Amendment issues.
95 times, please. He at least gets it.
Representative Fleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So according to the FBI and the CDC, despite concerns, despite concerns from various groups, concealed carry laws do not increase crime rates. States
Thank
with
you.
such laws have often experienced declines in violent crime and homicide rates. Concealed carry legislation does not make it easier for individuals to obtain firearms.
Crimes with firearms
It
have
simply allows
actually,
those who are
crimes
already
with firearms like
legally able to
murder
carry to do so without
have
additional government
dropped
intervention.
as more states go
Overall, we're
constitutional
few,
carry.
if any, negative effects from concealed
It's a
carry
fucking
legislation.
fact.
Again, those sources include Concealed Carry and Reciprocity, National Firearms Service Survey, CDC Wonder, FBI Crime Data Explorer. I just wanted to make those.
Gee, yeah, Chess, I do believe you're right.
Representative Weinberg. So I appreciate you bringing this bill, and I am fully in support of permitless concealed carry. What I struggle with is that the Colorado Constitution, the way that it is written, allows for, in my reading,
Pull it
open
all
carry.
out.
And it also, it speaks a little bit about the fact that, well, let's just read it. Let's just.
I've been listening to these idiots all day to get to this bill. There's one bill after this.
The right of no person to keep and bear arms
Holy
in
shit.
defense of his home, person, and property, or in aid of the civil power when they're thereto legally summoned, shall be called in question. But nothing herein contained shall be construed to justify the practice of carrying concealed weapons. So my reading of that is that a person has the unfettered ability to carry openly a firearm. They have the right to keep and bear arms.
Were any of those
Now, I
challenged
recognize
at the
that
time
while this
underneath
does
the
speak
standard
to the
that it was
ability of the
unconstitutional?
legislature
The answer is no.
to limit concealed carrying, it doesn't preclude
The Supreme Court
option of
also
actually
upheld
opening up
slavery.
concealed carrying to give more freedom than is contemplated
Think
here
about
as
that.
opposed to less. And so I don't see anything in this legislation that is contrary to that second
Here, let me
clause.
see what I can fix
What
that,
I
brother.
do have a concern about is that in my district,
See,
where open carrying is
knock
very
everything over.
popular,
See if that helps.
when somebody says constitutional carry, for them, if
Or
this
let me know
bill
where
were
that
to
helps.
pass, which we have no doubt as to how this bill will happen. But if this bill were to pass and information were to be sent out throughout our state about constitutional carry, people would have, at least in my district, this sense that they could open carry in places that actually the bill doesn't allow them to open carry. And that they would be able to conceal carry too because of that
'Cause
language.
I'm on
and because of
StreamYard.
the-
I got
the
another thing open
confusion
for
around it.
YouTube.
There's at least one
So,
place in Colorado where you can conceal
It's
carry
not bad,
and
but
not open carry. So at least
Let
in
me-
that
let me
one
try
place,
something.
if somebody were to understand this and open carry, thinking they had that opportunity, then in many ways they would be deceived. And I struggle with that in terms of its actual. Host of other things that also have the potential risk of harm, and trust that the laws we have as relates to criminal activity, harmful activity,
all right, let's see where that helps.
are sufficient. When what we do here so often, year after year, is say that lawful activity is criminal. That's basically the thing we're communicating. I think we're communicating the wrong thing. And we actually are hindering people's willingness to step up and defend themselves and defend others. And so I'm supportive of this bill as a step in the
It's
right
out-
direction.
Out there,
I
Jess.
personally don't think that it goes far enough. I don't believe that.
I just
it
don't want to
constitutes
piss it off
the
and make
state
it leave.
constitution. And
As long as I can keep it, I'm
statement
all right.
of that the right of no person to keep and bear arms shall be called into question, full stop. And whether that's open or closed or concealed, if
Can you
at
still hear it, Fluffy,
least
or is
under
it
the
gone?
Constitution, it should be open. And I support the idea of
'Cause I shut it. I
allowing
shut
to be
everything
concealed,
else
but I
'cause
think we should go in.
try to
If
get
we're
rid
going to
of it.
make messaging bills, if we're going to talk liberty, let's go all the way and talk liberty and actually defend in full a right that should be defended. Thank you.
Any further?
I
comments?
probably would get more viewers if I just
All right.
sat here
seeing
and
none,
brushed my goddamn hair.
Representative Bottoms, I'm going to ask you to come back on
It'd be my luck.
video so that you can join us in the vote. Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, cool deal,
Miss-
brother.
Miss King, please pull the committee.
Representatives Bottoms,
Yes.
Bradley,
Yes.
Carter,
No.
Espinoza,
No.
Gray,
No.
Froelich.
No.
Luck,
Yes.
Mabry,
No.
Ricks,
No.
Clifford,
No.
Madam Chair.
No, that bill fails 8-3.
So constitutional carries dead
A
8-3.
motion, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair,
We knew it was coming.
I move that we postpone indefinitely House Bill.
Damn,
25,
don't hit that hand.
1164 with reverse roll call vote.
Second. All right, seconded by.
So I think they
Representative
postponed the
Espinoza.
next bill.
Is there any objection?
They might be done now.
All right, seeing none, House Bill 1164 is postponed
There you
indefinitely.
go, lightning dude. Tylenol,
very much, Representative
Motrin,
Weinberg.
Thank you, committee, for being so
Coding.
respectful on such a sensitive topic. And thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership in this committee.
Of course, thank you very much. All right, folks, we have one bill
Oh,
left.
I know. Maybe they didn't
We are going
postpone
to
this
get
one.
Out of here, I know. All right, so let's.
Is this
call
the
up-
age for gun shows
we
bill?
have Representative Joseph and
Fixing to find
Representative Camacho. Thank you all for being so patient and sticking. around.
Late night dreads. I just bring the wife in here, let her braid my hair while we listen to this freaking insanity. Of course, with my wife on screen, I'd get plenty more viewers because she's hot, and she's a hot gunsmith, which makes it even better. Although, kind of worse because if I piss her off, she does know how to shoot me. Yeah, probably a little worse.
Okay, given that we've all had a lot of sitting, I'm going to give us a quick 3-minute break.
All right, so they paused out for a minute to give them a 3-minute bathroom break. Constitutional carry is not passing in Colorado anytime soon. That bill was dead on arrival. Just because of the mix of the House and the Senate, and that's the reason they could pass all this assault weapons ban bullshit that the governor's going to sign. Has he signed SB 003 yet, or did it have to go back to committee because the House made changes? I can't remember offhand. Ava Flanell posted it. I think 003 had to go back to the Senate to get finished up. Oh God, what's Garcia's name? I'm retarded. It's Alicia Garcia. Yep. Oh, come on. Freaking X. Dude, I just saw her profile and now it's freaking ran away to someone else. Thank you, X, you fucking retards. Because these are two people who are actually testifying today. Jesus Christ. And yeah, I go to search for a profile and it's freaking gone. I could probably find her through my posts, but I was trying to find her quick. Because they are in Colorado. Ava Flanell. If you guys have ever heard about Dragon Man firearms, again, in Colorado, they are definitely going to be affected by this. Where's Garcia at? Are you... X is telling me there's exactly one person underneath Alicia Garcia right now. Are you fuck? I'll tell you what, let me go to my profile. Because there's no way there's one Alicia Garcia on X for band kids. I go to search for my profile these days on YouTube and I type I'd never heard of. There she is. I got her. And she is another badass. Let me post her. Absolute POS nightmare. There's Alicia Garcia. She testified earlier tonight about the constitutional carry. So, and she is another kick ass. She is out there, damn, in the fight every day. Her and Ava. A bunch of others, man. Those are the two that I'm absolutely familiar with. Well, not absolutely. I know them from X. I'll put it that way. Let me see if I can find. Come on, US. Let's see if I can find them this way. Rocky Mountain Gun Owners, which I got to follow them. I hadn't been following them yet. I'm pretty sure this is the right account. Our new Twitter, Rocky Mountain Gun Owners, Colorado's. I'm pretty sure this is it. Hell, I am following them already. Jesus Christ. Why didn't they show up? Thank you, social media. This is Rocky Mountain Gun Owners. Think about GOA in a smaller package just for Rocky Mountain or for Colorado. Another group that's out there, I mean, putting in work. And honestly, man, the reason I do this, guys, is because this shit's happening in Alabama too. Although Alabama is actually absolutely horrible about informing us on their happening. And I mean horrible about informing us. You find about it that day, basically. Today I found out about 2 hearings in the judiciary that were going on.
The committee
No
will
way
come
I
back
could
to
just
order.
blow work off and go to it.
Welcome, representatives. You're
I have to
going to hear
get
the
in
final
touch with
bill
some
of the evening,
reps
House
here
Bill
shortly.
1238. Which of you would like to start? Representative Camacho.
D,
Thank
my
you,
brother,
Madam
what
Chair, and
up?
thank you, members of the
I think
committee.
I
We
said hi to you
appreciate
earlier,
you
but hey, brother,
sticking with
what's
us and
happening?
giving us the opportunity to present our bill this evening. So I will not delay it. any
Do I
further.
even have
So
to say it with
this
his
bill
two
is about gun
voice?
shows. Gun shows
Do
are held
I
across
even
the
have
state
to
for the
say it?
sale or transfer of firearms, and notably, there are no provisions in current law for the promoter to ensure the security of the site, nor to encourage vendors to comply
Where's
with
my
federal,
hammer at?
state, or local
Where's my
laws.
hammer?
Vendors
I
at
need my
gun
hammer.
shows, which you'll hear testimony tonight, have failed to comply with existing
That's not
Colorado
my hammer.
statutes and
Where's my
federal
hammer?
firearm prohibitions. Specifically,
Shit,
you're going to
can't
hear
find my hammer.
some accounts of some especially egreous activity of the
I'm gonna
sale,
smash
sales
myself
at
in
gun
the
shows,
face with
including
it.
large
If
capacity
anybody wanted
magazines,
to know why I
despite
was
these
looking
became
for it.
prohibited in Colorado by law in 2013. You also hear testimony that these large capacity magazines being sold included 100-round drums and as many as 30 and 60-round magazines. All these far exceed the statutory magazine limit of 15. Vendors at gun shows have recently also been witnessed offering for sale unserialized
I need my hammer.
receivers, which became
I
prohibited
need
on
it.
January 1st, 2024, in ghost gun kits for AR-15s. Silence.
Yeah, this is a bill that would make it illegal
Other
for anybody
illegal,
under 21 to go
accessories such
to
as
a gun
silencers.
show, from what I read.
In addition, gun
Some
shows
kiddos in there.
do not have the
That
required
would be
signage
illegal.
displayed at the entrances already required by law. HB
Yeah, they put the sign out
25-1238
front.
will
You got to be
improve
this
compliance at
tall.
gun shows with
What are they
existing
going to do with
Colorado
midgets?
gun safety statutes. This bill will require gun show promoters to have $1 million in liability insurance, implement specific security measures at gun shows, such
Yeah,
as video
brother, that's why I'm
recordings,
here showing this off.
monitoring
because it is
entrances
a
and
joke.
exits, tagging guns
And
brought in by
Colorado is
customers,
getting
and posting
hammered
specific
right now.
notices. Additionally, this bill will require gun show promoters to notify local law enforcement of their security plan, check existing customers to ensure the waiting period it complies under Colorado law, require those under 21 years of age to be accompanied by a parent, grandparent, or guardian.
You may be right.
Retain records of vendor certificates and compliance and videos for 6 months. The bill will also require vendors to have a federal firearm license and Colorado dealer permit on display, comply with existing federal, state, and local laws, state that they have not been convicted of illegal firearm activity, ensure that background checks and waiting period requirements are followed, keep displayed firearms unloaded and secured to the countertop or wall, secure ammunition in an enclosed display case or behind a counter, include a brochure on secure storage of firearms with each firearm purchase. If these requirements are not followed,
How many of you
under
guys
this
want to bet
law,
this dude is not
misdemeanor
into eating
penalties
a
are
medium rare
established
steak
for
or
violations.
potatoes?
For example, the promoter is prohibited from acting as a gun show promoter for 5 years upon, take that back. If requirements are not followed by law, misdemeanor penalties are established for violations of these provisions provided for in this proposed bill. Upon subsequent violations, the promoter is prohibited from acting as a gun show promoter for 5 years. A vendor for first violation results in a class 2 misdemeanor, and if there are second or subsequent violations, vendor is subject to a class 1 misdemeanor and are prohibited from participating in a gun show as a gun show vendor.
Yep, absolutely.
HB 25-1238.
I could take my
because
kids hunting
enforcement,
right now.
compliance, and
One's
safety
8,
and
one's
security
5. I can take
measures
them hunting with me.
are here to prevent the theft, the illegal sale of ghost guns, high capacity magazines, and other safety practices are lacking, and in some
There goes
cases,
them ghost
this bill
guns.
is desperately needed. We have been engaged with stakeholders, with promoters, legal gun owners, and law enforcement. At bottom, what this bill does is encourage folks to follow current laws. Nothing more.
Your
nothing
current
less.
laws are
This
unconstitutional.
this is really aimed at
Fuck
that,
nuts.
and we urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to be here before the committee to present House Bill 1238. And I am delighted to be presenting this bill with my good representative, Rep. Camacho. I have been thinking about what do I want to share with the committee. Many of you remember the mass shooting that took place in Boulder on March 2021.
I love you guys
That's
so much.
nearly going on 4 years now that it happened, and I was in Boulder at the time, and I remember the trauma of that experience. But again, it was definitely more traumatic for the families. And doing this bill is for those community members who lost their lives, those people in Boulder. And when I got elected, I made the promise that I will support gun violence prevention legislation here at the state capitol. And that's what I intend to do with this particular piece of legislation. And I wanted to just note, I didn't want to go over the bill requirements since Rep. Camacho already went through it. Again, just to sum it up, this bill improves
Votes for
gun
these
show safety.
morons.
Again, it's about protecting our community. And also I wanted to note, Rep. Camacho and I had the opportunity to do some stakeholding on the bill. I know stakeholding on gun bills is very difficult, but we were able to do some of that. We sent the bill out to about 92 different stakeholders. And we had
All
a
of them
small
work for
group of
Moms Demand,
stakeholders
Brady, and
who came
Giffords.
together
Yeah.
to talk about the bill.
Ceasefire,
We had
Colorado,
AFT,
all that.
Ceasefire, CML, Giffords, the National Shooting Sports Foundation, the Rocky Mountain Gun Owners, Brady, Mid-State, City and County of Boulder, Colorado for Responsible Wildlife Management. So we did have a good group, and we will continue to bring
No, you didn't have a
various
good
groups
group.
to the table to have more conversation around this bill. But again, we know that gun violence prevention
Don't do it.
requires
The
many,
hand's
many
still
different
covering
tools,
from
and this is
surgery.
one tool in our toolbox that will ensure some safety in our community to make sure when people are transferring guns through gun shows, they're doing it safely. We know the
Looks good
majority of
now.
people actually are doing that safely, but we just want to make sure we close some of these quote unquote loopholes in order to ensure more safety.
So you can get a
We can
dude
never be
shot
too
in the
safe when it
face
comes to gun violence
just because he
prevention.
sold
Thank
guns
you,
without your
Madam Chair,
permission.
and thank you, members of the committee.
All right, members, what questions do we have for the bill sponsor?
Oh, I have lots of questions.
Representative Bradley and then Representative Espinoza.
Thank you. I guess my question is, do you think that people go to gun shows to illegally firearm traffic? Do you think they're going to gun shows to do that?
Representative Camacho.
We don't think so. You're going to hear testimony that people are doing that, which is why this.
Yeah,
bill
it could
is
be
necessary.
unsafe if you don't pay the dude.
Representative
Just
Espinoza.
Could get shot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask about the video surveillance and the costs that you expect that would happen with regard to
So
that,
every person at the gun show
especially
would
with
have to
regard storing the
record
video
all
for
of their
6 months.
transactions.
Have you looked into that, and what would be the burden on the gun show promoter?
Representative Camacho.
We don't have specific numbers on that because it's really up to whatever the venue is. So some venues already have video systems. Other
Yeah.
other gun
if
show
it's
promoters are
if
more
it's a
sophisticated and have
dealer
some of these
at a show,
technologies already.
you definitely
But
have to go
I
through a
think
40%
when we were going
review.
through, I mean, we live in 2025. If you go to Lowe's or Home Depot or even King Supers, there are towed cameras with lights and video cameras that someone can
Don't even get me
temporarily
started on
put up
lights
to
and
meet
fucking
this
cameras
requirement.
right now.
It is not a heavy
Fucking
burden,
pricks.
nor is storing whatever footage is that for a certain amount of time. Like these are just not huge barriers that we view in 2025. So for those reasons, we think that's reasonable.
Vice Chair Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the same lines, you mentioned at some point in time in passing that Tanner Gun Shows had been involved with your stakeholding, or that you had spoken to them, or at least some, if it wasn't Tanner, mention who it was when you answer.
Yeah, it
I'm
used to be that
interested in the
simple, Z.
video requirements too. I know a lot of times they have
This is
these
another
shows in,
way
like,
that they
hotel
can make
conference centers
a
and stuff like that
database.
that have pretty
That's what this
expansive
is.
parking lots. Can you kind of describe what the bill requires as far as what they need to do for those types of things? And then
Yeah, you're right
I'm
about
sure
that,
the
Matt.
interiors are probably easier, but I had some
Or
questions,
lightning,
et
sorry.
cetera. Can you kind of talk a little bit more about that requirement?
And these gangs use these young kids because they know they aren't going to go to prison
Thank
for
you,
life.
Madam Chair. Thank you,
Gun in the
Representative
hand, go shoot that
Clifford,
dude.
Vice Chair Clifford, for this question.
It's off to the races.
Again, I think as noted by my co-prime Rep Camacho, the cameras are for safety reasons. Similarly, when, again, you buy
Because
a gun,
cameras obviously stop people from stealing shit.
we want people
Obviously.
to feel safe when they go to gun shows. We also want to have video cameras there because they're buying those guns, and if it's ever needed, if that information is never ever needed, it's there. That, if there is ever an investigation, law enforcement can access that information. But I wanted
Sam
to,
Fisher
on
went
page
live.
7,
Okay.
on line
When
14
Langley Outdoors
through
Academy went live.
19, it says if the venue conduct video surveillance of the gun show parking area. So it's if you have the cameras, then you hold that information for 6 months. It is in the bill.
I guarantee
Page
that
7,
bill
it says
reads
if the
that
venue
anybody doing
conducts
the
video
transfer
surveillance of the gun
has
show
to
parking
have.
area, the gun show promoter is not required to provide additional surveillance, but the promoter must retain the video surveillance recording for 6 months after the gun show, as required in the section 2A4. So yes, if the venue already have the camera, hopefully that information will already be there. If it doesn't, yes, it's required. And then on page 7 for the
That's the way
parking
it should be,
area,
Jess.
if it says if. Go ahead, Rep Clifford.
Vice Chair Clifford.
I did read that. Here's the, and I'm not trying to mess anybody up here. Here's the scenario I envision. Let's say they wanted to use the Sheraton downtown, which is a normal conference center, right? I do not have any expectation that the Sheraton downtown is monitoring
Yeah,
the streets
it's
around
exactly the way
Sheraton,
it should be.
and you might park pretty much anywhere. Or in a
There's the
private
gun. I
lot,
give someone money. I
like that.
walk
So,
away with gun. Period.
I don't want to stay on this point, but I do recommend that you take a look,
Private sale or
at some point in
freaking
time at
normal
some
sale from an
operators
F.
there.
Well,
And
there
the
shouldn't
other
be
thing is,
FFLs in the
I
first
also
place.
don't know how many venues.
How the hell do we survive
would
without
share their
FFLs
video
for
files with the promoter, especially a
100
large
and some-
period
200
of time,
years or
you know,
some
like
shit?
over a weekend or something like that. That's a lot of data. I think that's a little tricky for the parking lot, but it's not the biggest hang up in the world.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you,
There it
Representative
is.
Clifford, for the question. I think the specific use case that you're talking about, so the Sheraton downtown, if you are going off of Sheraton property, so a private lot off grounds or an adjacent street parking, that would be outside of this bill because that is not what you have contracted with to do your gun show.
So all
Now, if
y'all
you
in
were
Colorado
underground
just
parking
tell everybody you'll
structure
meet them on the
associated with Sheraton,
block over
you might
and
have
do
to.
your firearms
I
transfers.
mean, it's all really venue specific, but I can guarantee the Sheraton downtown does have
like gangbangers are dependent on gun shows.
the garage and some lots of the property that was within their
Vice
control.
Chair Clifford for a follow-up.
The question that I'd really like answered is, why is this necessary?
But
So we can tell the cops who to go shoot in the face. We'll have their picture and everything. They can draw down the target.
When
get a
we
little
were
practice
stakeholder
in.
this bill, this came up, and I think that what was really striking to me is that
And then we
there's
know who
very-
to shoot
there's
in the
lots of
face
use
whenever
cases
we
for
kick their
this.
door in at
So if
6
you go
o'clock in the
and
morning.
purchase a weapon or a firearm at one of these gun shows, and you go into the parking lot and it's stolen from you, then what? If you go into the parking lot because you didn't pass the 3-day waiting period on the inside, but that gun is then sold in the parking lot, then what? There is lots of other reasons why you would want to have video cameras in parking structures, and we think it's reasonable because it's very easy to draw a conclusion of why this would be needed and when, and it's really just not hard to make that connection, for me at least.
Oh, no doubt, Jess.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that
Same way people buy
I'd
drugs. You
I'd
just
like
got to
to
know
have
the right
further
people.
Conversation with Rep. Clifford on this particular piece. If there's more ways or better ways we can do this for this bill as well, we'd like to hear your feedback and work with you on it.
Well, these fucking
Thank
dealers
you.
probably take cash out these days.
I'm going to go to Representative Carter and then Representative Luck. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is related to the insurance piece, and I guess my question specifically, and if there are others who will answer,
It's all to put
is
gun
this
shows out of business. Is
something
all it
that's
is.
already needed, or is this something additional that your bill would bring forth, just regarding the amount of insurance and whether or not these individuals? I'm not a gun show guy, so I don't know. Do these individuals? I'm sure they have insurance, but to this amount, or is that something that is specific to your bill?
So when they're sued,
Thank you, Madam Chair, and
in
thank you,
an
Representative
absolutely
Carter.
bullshit
Again,
lawsuit,
during the stakeholding process,
the
this is
people
an
that's
issue that came
suing
up,
them
and I
can
just
get
know
some money.
from my own experience representing companies and different things that do this space. $1 million liability insurance policy is pretty much industry standard for these types of events. So it's not uncommon.
They're just
It's
hosting the
it's a product
show.
that's
They're not
readily
selling the
available.
product.
And
That's the difference, you dipshit.
I don't know if it's currently required in law, but I know during stakeholding, people were asking enough about it, so I suspect it's not.
Yeah, the problem with that is Z, and there's some places that have tried doing shit like that.
Just to be clear, your bill would make it.
They end up under the same requirements.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Because
Rep.
people have been like,
Carter.
hey, you can get your membership at the door and walk in and
Thank
do
you.
this.
Thank you, Rep. Carter.
No,
Yeah.
that shit don't fly.
Yes, it would.
Okay. All right. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, bill sponsors. On page 9, lines 5 through 8, it says a person who is not a federal firearms licensee and does not hold a valid state firearms dealer permit shall not participate in a gun show as a gun show vendor. And you have defined a gun show vendor as someone who sells firearms. I just want to have an answer on
It is
record.
federally
that in no way
legal
does this
for a
bill
person to
preclude
sell
a gun
firearms
show
without an
from having
FFL.
vendors that aren't
Just
gun
can't
show
be
vendors. There are
their
at gun shows
primary method
other
of income.
vendors who are ancillary. So
Basically,
whether they sell
the
food
wording's
or
a little
they
bit different,
sell
but
swag or they sell first aid equipment or whatever, anything that is accoutrement to a
Brian
firearm,
Malinowski
they
in
themselves are
Arkansas
not
should have got
actually
a
selling
letter,
firearm,
not
but
a bullet
nothing
to
in
the
your bill
fucking
precludes
face.
those people from being vendors.
But that was a
You can tell it's
statement.
late and we're all focused on food. So can we have snacks at the gun show, Rep. Camacho?
Thank
I'm
you, Madam
Yep.
Chair.
also
And
That's
thank
what I
you,
was saying,
the
Lightning.
rest of her
and thank you,
question.
Representative Luck. And I've always heard it as accoutrement. Not that I know, but I only heard that from comedy. But yes, I mean, if you look at the language of this bill, if
It's
you're
complete
selling
bullshit.
a gun or a firearm, you need that. So if you are selling a waffle fries, you don't need that. You may need other certificates like for health, but you wouldn't need it.
I haven't read through the bill yet. I
Representative
just
Luck.
got on
Thank
this
you,
today, decided to
Madam
do it.
Chair, and
But I will guarantee you it pretty much says any
the
vendor at a
conversation
gun
about
show.
that for later. But and thank you, Representative Camacho, for that just statement on the record to confirm my understanding. On page 7, lines 20 through 22.
Why? Because these people write
ensure that
shit
each firearm
bills.
brought into the gun show by a person other than a gun show vendor, security personnel, or the gun show promoter is checked and tagged. Are you contemplating here just people who are intending to sell, or are you contemplating people here who are carrying for their
A
own
legislative
purposes and that they're
intent.
tagging it like we would check our codes?
Representative Camacho.
You're running, man.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Luck. I think when we were contemplating the use case again for gun shows, it would be much easier for security personnel to identify when guns are coming in than when they're coming out. So if you were bringing your own weapon into the gun show, then it would be tagged as not purchased there. And that just helps facilitate every other piece of the bill.
Follow up, Representative Luck.
That's very helpful. Thank you for that. Some of these questions I suspect will be answered that I have on here will likely be answered by witnesses, so I'll hold off on them. I do want to go back to the conversation about the video camera and one, just seek clarity of my understanding. So when it says here, page 7, lines 10 through 19, that provide video surveillance of the gun show parking area, I feel like there's a bit of confusion.
Let me know
My
if this
reading
audio
of
has any
coming
issues.
into
My connection's
this
going
was
a little
that
stupid,
there was an
as
affirmative
usual.
duty on behalf of the gun show to set up cameras and make sure that they have video surveillance. They didn't have to go to the step of doing the setup of video surveillance if the venue already had such video surveillance, and through their contractual arrangements, they were able to access that. If that's a fair assumption or fair understanding, I guess the first question is, because even the cameras that are, magnetic that we have on our barn or what have you, there's still a need for attachment such that I'm not sure liability in terms of both the ladders that would be required as well as the harm on the building. And then secondly, is there any other context in law that you're familiar with where an event venue or any sort of host of events, parades, other such things expand beyond the actual area that is within the sole control of the entity? So for instance, if you rent a venue and you rent conference room A, you have sole control over that. You can put guards at different places, you can monitor who comes in and out, who sets up tables, etc. A parking lot, though, presumably, unless you're renting that entire venue, is going to be open to a variety of different people, such that your ability to police that will be limited, if non-existent. And so is there some sort of analogous situation that is supportive of
Yeah, what
this?
stops someone from parking right across the street from a gun show
Representative Camacho.
and start selling out
Thank
of
you,
their
Madam
truck?
Chair. And
What stops them?
So if you could tell me that real quick.
The
I did
answer
have
is
an answer.
not a
but I forgot what it was.
goddamn thing.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just my understanding of that the vendor has to actually provide the cameras, and if they're not already put there.
Representative Camacho.
Madam Chair, thank you. My memory is sufficiently refreshed. So as it relates to the camera requirement, it is written in a way, because we want to make this, flexible for whoever's doing the gun show. It just has to be there. Whether that means you have a total requirement or whatever else. Oh. If what type of camera system you have to have one. So whether you are using current cameras that you're able to contractually gain access to the data, or you're bringing your own, you just have to have it. That's what's contemplated by the law, is the flexibility to allow these promoters to do whatever works for that venue. I will recognize that under CRS 2012-26.1-101, a licensed gun dealer, let's see, I'll say the whole thing so I'm not accused of cherry picking sentences here. No one may transfer a firearm without first obtaining a background check through a licensed gun dealer if any part of the transaction occurs on the premises and or facilities. So this is just an extension of the current law of why this is necessary to extend it to those parking facilities. As to your second question, again, I forgot what that one was.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the better question would have been, Madam Chair, can we dialogue? But going.
Yes, please dialogue.
Wonderful. Okay, so the
Thank you, Madam
second
Chair.
question is, in terms of your contemplation of putting up video cameras, do you anticipate that it'll be things that are mobile tripods or, those kinds of security systems that you'll see in a grocery store parking lot with the blue light? Or do you anticipate that these gun show vendors will need to contract with the venue to actually affix onto buildings, et cetera? Because I just don't anticipate that many venues will want that kind of risk, liability, and damage to their structures.
Either. It's written to be flexible. In the second question.
And then the last question that I asked was, has gone out of my mind too now. So
I'm
we'll
glad I
come back.
thoroughly answered it. Thank you. Representative Flock.
Okay, Representative Bradley. And then Rep Bottoms, I saw that you came on screen and had your hand up. So if you want to ask a question, be ready because I'll call on you after Rep Bradley asks her question. All right, Rep Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My IT person just sent me a text and said, how long do you think that they can keep and store the surveillance? Because you have 6 months, and what I'm hearing is that 3 to 6 weeks max store data. And then is it 5,000, 4,000 quality? I don't know what that means, but I was asked to ask you that. You're asking for 6 months, and what I'm being told is you can't store it for longer than 3 weeks, at the most, maybe 6.
Because they want a
Thank you,
registry.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Rep Bradley, for this question. As a security personnel before,
Yeah,
and I
ask
know
who
some of the
votes for these
challenges of storing
retards, but they
data
vote
for
for them in
more than,
Alabama too. So
3
hey, it
months
is what
as
it is.
well. So I think here's the thing. I think this particular aspect, maybe after today we can have more conversation about that. And you have an answer,
Rep Mabry?
I have a thought.
We're gonna phone a friend.
The gun
Great.
shows, unlike other businesses, aren't open for 6 months straight. They're just open temporarily, and so you would not have 6 months of data, correct?
Oh,
No, but you have to
Representative
keep it for
Joseph.
that long.
So glad this could be a team
you
effort.
retard. This is like
Representative
two
Camacho.
amoebas.
Thank
talking
you,
to
Madam
one
Chair,
another.
and thank you, Rep Mabry. You are correct. Typically, gun shows are not open for 6 months. They're open over a weekend or
Where's
over a
my
short
hammer?
period of
Where's my
time.
hammer? I need my hammer.
I will just say anecdotally, and I won't tell you what security system I have, but I can access footage from my house since the new year. And it's right here on my phone. We're in 2025.
You said since the new year.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, but the gun shows do travel to multiple areas. So my tech person also said,
Well,
with
why
phone
can the
footage, if
Supreme
it's
Court
not
not get off
5K or
their
4K,
ass
you
and
would
tell
not
these
even be
lower
able to
courts
see
to
a
fuck
license
off?
plate or a criminal's face.
Why?
Representative Camacho.
And
They
thank you,
are
Madam
the
Chair, and thank you, Rep Bradley. This also
Supreme
came up
Court.
during stakeholding. And again, the intent is for safety, like broadly, not for law enforcement.
all for your
To
safety.
meet an evidence standard in criminal court. I mean, obviously, it would
This is
help
to
if you
keep
had
you safe.
higher quality video, but we're not putting that burden
Government is here
on
to
gun
keep
show
you
promoters.
safe.
We're asking them to provide safety.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I'm confused. What is the safety? If the safety is they're illegally selling a gun in the parking lot, is that what we're doing? Is that what the video surveillance is for?
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rep.
Yeah,
Bradley.
they are, Chess. And that's exactly
yes,
what
you'll
it's
hear
about.
testimony that there are instances of that, which is why it's in the bill.
Anybody with half a
Representative
brain
Bradley.
Right, but my
knows
question
what this
is,
is
if
about.
you don't
It's about
have
power and
good
control.
enough streaming,
Period.
then how are you going to be able to tell who did it in the first place? How's that providing safety?
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rep Bradley, for the question. I think we're getting into technicalities.
Oh, it's a
in this part,
technicality.
and I
Well,
appreciate
your
the
bill's horseshit when
question.
you get asked about it. It's
The
technicality.
bill requires, in the four corners of the bill, it
Where's my
requires
hammer? I need
cameras.
my hammer.
And it doesn't tell you what type of cameras and what type of
I need it.
quality the
I need to grab
cameras
that big
have
pair of
to
vice
be,
grips
but
back
it
there
is
and just put 'em around
required
my
as
neck.
part of the bill because of safety reasons. And yes, I would imagine if something happens at a gun show where there is a criminal investigation,
You know where there's never been a
these
mass
type of
shooting?
videos would be
A gun
utilized
show.
by law enforcement. But again, the conversation you're asking, should they have high quality cameras that cost a lot of money, or have regular cameras? Again, I don't think the bill contemplates that part. It contemplates having
Because your
the bare
bill is
minimums
absolute
of
dog
safety
shit.
and security at this time. Thank you.
Representative Bradley with her last follow-up.
Again,
Thank you. And
probably why I will
appreciate
never
that,
testify in
to both
front
of
of
you,
a
but
panel like
if
this.
it's a matter of safety
Your
and,
bill's
and
dog
it's
shit.
not going to be
Your
safe
point's
because
dog
you
shit.
can't tell what's going on, then what is the purpose of having video surveillance?
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think these comments are conclusory in a bit. It's not necessary that the cameras will not work, right? The idea is cameras are needed and we expect them to work and we expect them to keep the footage, and the expectation and the hope is that the footage could potentially be utilized, right, if needed. If we need to come back 6 months from today to look at a footage of something that happened. Thank you.
Representative Camacho.
And I'll just add on to my co-prime side. I mean, my own thought is when you go to a store or you go someplace else and there are cameras, you inherently feel safer, because if you know there are cameras and videos there, you're far more likely to comply with the law. It's kind of the old adage. It's very analogous that, locks keep, honest people honest. Video keeps people safe. It's similar. And when I was looking through this and we had a lot of stakeholding on the camera piece, that stood out to me as that's definitely something that's beneficial, especially if you're not mandating 5K video footage for the next, millennia. I mean, we're just saying we're having as a requirement in the bill, and gun show components can meet however they can.
Watch this. Some bitch on X probably blocked me
Rep.
before I
Luck, we'll come
sent this
back to you.
comment.
Rep. Bottoms, did you want to ask your question?
I've changed my mind.
We thank you for that decision. Okay, Rep. Luck, did you want to ask another question?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Change my
and thank you,
mind.
Bill sponsors. The question that I would like to ask, I'm sure it's in here, and I'm sorry it's late and it's been a while since I've read this. So is the only requirement as relates to the parking lots that they have the video, or do they actually have to keep some degree of positive control over what is going on in the parking lot, such that if there is some sort of illegal trafficking within the parking lot, that they
I'm really
would
beginning
be
to dislike
responsible
people again.
for it?
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Luck. The bill does not contemplate that. The bill does not contemplate that.
All right. Anybody else want to get in on the question train? All right. Train has left the station. We're going to move on to witness testimony. Really quickly, Representative Joseph, before you leave. So we've got a number of folks signed up in opposition, a number of folks signed up in support of the bill. Do you have a preference in terms of whether we hear from opponents or proponents first?
Yes, Madam Chair. My co-prime has that list to share with you at this time. Thank
So
you.
I do have a list in terms of how you would like the proponent panels to be organized, but do you want me to alternate opposition, support? What's your preference?
Alternate would be great.
Great. All right.
These
We are gonna
motherfuckers
run
with this
that.
bird
So
flu
the
shit.
first panel I will call up.
I can almost
is
guarantee they're still
Steve
wearing
Lind-
fucking masks.
Oh gosh. Okay. Steve Lindsley, Mark Harris, Claire Lucas, and Don Fritz.
All right. I ain't reading that shit tonight. I will end up throwing my phone. You guys will see that joker flying out like a frisbee. I'll do like chess, only I really am going to put a hole in the screen.
Sir, so you are Mark
He throws
Harris,
bricks
correct?
at it. I might throw 45s,
Okay. And then Steve.
30-06, something like that.
Let's go ahead and also call up Stephanie Greenberg.
Man, these anti-gun They're so
And
fucking
Pat
annoying and they
Rush.
manipulate statistics so bad. It's just not even funny anymore. It's ridiculous. We've been through
All right,
so many
Mr.
times on
Lindsley,
streams where
let's start
we've
with
gone
you
through the
since you're our
numbers
only remote
and proved
witness.
all their stuff is
Please
horseshit.
introduce yourself and the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Steve Lilling. I'm a 28-year law enforcement veteran and former chief of the California Department of Justice Bureau of Firearms. I'm here on behalf of Brady and testifying in support of House Bill 2512.
Where's my hammer?
According
My
to
hammer.
the Johns Hopkins University School of Public Health, each year, over 120,000 Americans are victims of gun violence, with more than
They're not
45,000
victims of
killed.
gun violence. You fuck.
This bill helps address crime and the safety operations of Colorado's gun shows by improving the business practices of gun show vendors and gun show promoters.
Yeah, I know,
In
Chad.
December of
The
last
only
year,
phone
I
I've
attended
actually
a
shot
Royal
with a
gun show
357. It
and was
it
shocked
had
at the
that
poor
shit
safety
coming.
measures and the blatant criminal
I had
activity
another
taking
phone
place at
first,
the event without fear of consequence from law
but it did
enforcement
catch a
or
few
the gun
rounds.
show promoter. Besides wearing a large backpack that was not checked for firearms or other weapons on my entry, I also saw the following issues. Dozens of vendors openly selling high capacity no law enforcement was present at the event. Unserialized frames
This
and
is
receivers
former
being
law
sold
enforcement.
openly. Live ammunition
dude.
playing next to firearms, with
That
many
one.
of those firearms unsecured. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Usually, one would assume vendors
Has
and
there ever
dealers
been a
would
shooting
not
at a
be
gun
so
show?
blatant
The
in
answer is
committing a
no.
crime. However, with the lack of any
Okay.
law enforcement present and the apparent reluctance to enforce existing law, Colorado will need to find other solutions to ensure laws are being followed at gun shows. Gun show promoters have the ability to easily enforce laws and good business practices at their shows. If a vendor does not comply with the gun show rules, they can be removed from the event by the promoter and not welcomed back. This is the proverbial no
I don't
shirt,
know whether I
no
got that one,
shoes,
Jess. I was kind of
no
cooking
service
dinner
rule.
and bouncing
It's
around.
simple
But I've seen a
and
lot
very
of laser
effective.
welders before.
Enforcement is present and
Um,
enforcing
they're
Colorado
depending
law.
on joint
Gun show
fit-up.
promoters have an obligation to
So
ensure a safe environment
you have
for
to have
the
a
attendees.
perfect joint
Since
fit
this is
for a laser
clearly not
welder to be
happening under
worth the
current
shit.
law, House Bill 25-1238 is needed
Traditional
to ensure a
processes,
safe and
they put a
lawful
fat, nasty
activity
gap
at
I can
Colorado's
fill
gun
in.
shows. Thank you. I ask for your support.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from Stephanie Green.
Chair and members of the committee.
Fiber
My
laser,
name is
yes,
Stephanie
fiber laser.
Greenberg. I'm a volunteer with Colorado Faith Communities United to End Gun Violence, and I am testifying on behalf of CFCU, House Bill 1238. This bill will bring gun shows. Oh, and I got several reasons for testifying in support of the bill.
Got a cat in the lap
First,
right now. Can't
the
fucking
bill
talk.
will bring gun shows into closer in state permits required for gun dealers in Colorado by requiring that gun show promoters and gun show vendors both adhere to safe and responsible business practices and obey federal, state, and local laws relating
Send you a
to
free laser
or
weld? Damn, I gotta check that out.
gun show should make no difference in
real
these
time.
requirements. Second, currently
I'll
one of
pull it
the
up on my
only
phone.
requirements of gun shows in Colorado is that at least some vendors have to be federally licensed in order to conduct the required background checks. Vendors that are not federally
Please
licensed
take her
are
cats
not
and light
required
away
to
from her.
conduct background checks. This bill requires all vendors to be federally licensed and state
Let me
permitted,
save that. I'll
and
look at it.
therefore required to conduct background checks on all gun sales. Next, there are currently no laws in Colorado to require that promoters ensure the security of the site. And we've been through this quite a bit in the previous part of this hearing. This bill requires that promoters submit a security plan to local law enforcement and implement security measures at the gun show. Promoters currently aren't required to encourage vendors to comply with federal, state, and local firearm laws, much less require them to. And this bill requires vendors to submit certification to the promoter that they're federally license, that the vendors are federally licensed and state permitted and will comply with all laws around.
Yeah, let me
the
send that
sale
to
of-
myself, Jess.
around the sale of guns.
So much for your
And
testimony
finally, it
today, Ms.
requires
Green.
vendors to
Unfortunately, that's
include
all
in-
the time that we have. Thank you. All right, let's move on to our folks in person. We'll start with you, sir.
I'll send it to myself. I'll get it. I'll look at it tomorrow.
Opportunity again. My name is Mark Harris. I'm with Colorado Ceasefire.
The pure frustration of looking at this stupid shit
lifelong
is
gun
just
owner,
annoying.
A lawyer, and for today,
It went to my
this bill, I'm actually an eyewitness.
messages.
There are many, many gun shows in Colorado, or almost every weekend. Gun shows are not following Colorado law, and Colorado law is not being enforced. We at Colorado Ceasefire have gone to many gun Arapahoe, Douglas County. That was 2 weeks ago. At every single gun show.
Oh no,
there are
people aren't
high
respecting the
capacity
government. Okay.
magazines that will accept more than 15 rounds that have been banned since 2013, 12 years ago. They're there at every
Okay.
single show. There's a show. I personally witnessed a ghost gun sale at the Arapahoe County gun show.
Hey.
For those who don't know,
Hey.
parts are assembled in a kit and are sold in a booth. There's no background check, and you can pay your money and leave with that kit.
I want this
that
for
day.
another minute or
I
two,
witnessed it.
and then I'm
We
shutting this
provided
down.
Tools and video links on
Sheer
how to sell
ignorance these
a
people.
weapon, either a Glock type gun or an AR-15 assault rifle type gun. I saw it, and it happened. That just can't happen here in Colorado. This
Let's
is
make drugs
light
illegal. It'll
regulation
completely stop the
gun
flow of
shows this
drugs.
bill. We need this bill. It
Sure.
provides for promoters to provide a safety plan. It makes sure that gun vendors certify compliance with local, state, and federal law. Is that what we want? A representative asked me if we had common ground. Well, I think common ground here is the enforcement of our gun safety laws already existing on the books here in Colorado. And that's what this bill will help to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fuck these goddamn
Justice
ignorant
Amos,
ass
the floor is
motherfuckers.
yours.
Can you hear me? Good. Chair, members of the committee, I'm Alexander Cisneros.
All right, good deal, Chess. Thank you, brother.
At the University of Colorado Boulder and the head of its Students Demand Action chapter. And it's that you
That's
support
students demand action. Those that are
I found
for
it to
the
be a
anti-gun
genuinely
bills, and then
enjoyable
the
experience and very
panels that are
I
against the
really like
anti-gun
these
bills kind of get
firearms
run
that were in
over.
genuinely amazing condition, including a Prussian rifle from 1876 and the varieties of vendors and products showing that this was not just a business event, but a community one, and one that I believe should be preserved. The problem that I observed, however, was that the laid-back attitude also extended to state laws regarding magazines that carry over 15 rounds of ammunition, and at one vendor, Tanner's own rule on loose ammunition. Taken too far, this attitude can be dangerous. A 2007 study observed 6-point straw purchases per hour in states that had no regulations on gun shows or private party sales, contributing to issues of gun trafficking. When the laid-back attitude extends to laws on firearm purchases and responsibility, the public is put in danger. This is especially the case when it comes to high-capacity magazines.
All laws
unsterilized
repugnant to the
firearms that are easily
Constitution.
assembled,
Anybody remember that line
functional
from
firearms and
decision
strong
in
purposes.
Supreme Court?
This bill ensures that gun shows hold themselves to a certain standards in the interest
There's
of public safety,
nothing in the
making sure that
Constitution
our
of
gun
Cal
laws
or
are as
Colorado
effective as possible.
that gives them the
Please vote in
right to
support of
do
this bill.
anything that they're fucking doing.
Thank you very much.
Nothing.
Finally to you, ma'am.
But they're doing it.
It doesn't.
And the Supreme Court is letting
You're
this
gonna have to
happen.
press the button.
The button.
Okay. There we
The
go.
nuclear button.
Thank you all
Nuke
for
your
allowing
fucking
us
self.
speak today again. My name's Pat Rothschafer, and my words today are my own. In the United States,
My
we've
words
seen
today are my
increase in
own.
Gun violence of all sorts in the past 20-odd years, and our legislators wring their hands, both federal and state. They wring their hands, and they don't do anything. Here in Colorado, in the past few years, through the very hard work, sympathetic legislators and many gun violence reduction advocates, we have seen a variety of laws passed, all designed to reduce the impact of gun violence on society. HB 25-1238 is another.
That's the
example.
link to the
This bill
actual
will bring some structure
live
gun shows
audio
are
of this.
expected to be set up and run.
Because I may not run
Many
longer.
industries have rules and
It's
regulations
ridiculous.
that govern how they are to operate.
Um,
Why anyone would think
I got a stream
gun
tomorrow
industry
night with another author from
is
Wargate
where
Books,
everyone
which
has
is
a
going to be
permit
fun.
sell firearms,
Should be
this
fun.
being an FFL, and that permit must be
But
displayed.
this
They
is.
must conduct background checks.
Matter of
on
fact, I'm
purchases,
probably going to get
just
out of
like we
here
do
in a
our
minute
stores.
and go listen to some
And they
Wargate
must
Books.
adhere to the 3-day waiting period to deliver a gun to a purchaser.
I started listening back to the Forgotten Ruin series. I'm still in the first book right now.
And there have to be basic security measures at the gun show. After all, we are talking about firearms, a relatively
Yeah, Chess.
dangerous item.
You spot on.
Selling, as well as providing
Pin the
to
tail
law
on that donkey,
enforcement and
blindfold it,
security
push it over a
how
cliff.
they
You're
will
100%
keep
right.
their customers and their vendors safe. These do not
Criminals
appear to me
selling
to be
guns out of
onerous
the trunk of their car
I don't
in the
see
middle of the
anything wrong
city.
with this in lots of rules and regulations.
They're just selling
Please vote
the
yes on
guns
HB 25
with
1238 and
switches.
help reduce the impact of gun violence in Colorado.
Z, take it easy,
Thank
my
you very
brother.
much. Members, you have 5 folks here. They've just provided testimony. What questions do you have? Rep Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I got
My
another
question is
minute or
for you,
two,
Mr.
but
Harris. So you have outlined a number of laws that are not being followed or enforced. What makes you confident that this law will be followed?
we
and
just need one more law.
Mr.
One more law
Harris.
will fix everything.
Madam Chair, thank you. Representative, there are sheriffs in each of these counties that could go to the gun shows if they had the manpower to go on a Friday
I
or Saturday
give
or Sunday
zero
and see what's
rat's
being,
ass about the
offered and
sheriffs.
sold there. But
Not a single
this
rat's ass.
bill
Not a part of a rat's ass.
provides a mechanism
Not part of a
of
sphincter.
enforcement
Nothing.
by requiring promoters to, besides the safety plan, but also to make sure that each vendor in there, vendor after vendor after vendor, that are not following the law by providing high capacity magazines.
Yeah, if we
or a
just
vendor
if we
that's
just
providing
made a couple
loose
more gun
gun
laws,
sales,
everything's going to be
we
fine.
can enforce
Criminals will
that,
suddenly say,
this
"Fuck it."
law against the
They
promoters
won't carry
and
guns.
shut that person
It's
down.
like
If they're
constitutional
not
carry.
following the law, that's our mechanism of enforcement. So yes,
If you make constitutional carry legal, then all the criminals will carry guns. The fuck you think they're doing now, you morons?
way to try and assist law enforcement to regulate lightly gun shows to make sure they're complying with the law.
Regulate lightly.
Follow-up, Representative
Uh,
Briggs.
I
Thank
mean,
you, Madam
Raymond.
Chair, and thank you for that. So, but still, the question remains, if I'm hearing you correctly, the
Okay.
laws are not being followed or enforced. Presumably based off of one part of your comment, because the law enforcement doesn't have the capacity to actually enforce them. And yet this would be an additional layer of enforcement and review that you would put on them, such that a lot of this is a restatement of current law, just needing to be put into a plan that is submitted. So I guess what I'm trying to
If sheriffs are not enforcing your
why do you
current
think
laws,
this
it's because
is
they're
the-
bullshit, and sheriffs choose not to enforce them.
the solution to
It's
enforcement.
what it
if-
works out to be.
if law
And hey, if
enforcement
you're a
doesn't have the
sheriff and you're
capacity,
not
they don't have
enforcing
the resources
unconstitutional gun
now,
laws, high
why
five,
does
brother.
this
Love you to
somehow
death.
enable their
Have a safe
enforcement?
night.
Because you could put together a standard plan. You could do all of these
Day,
things and
whenever
submit it
you're
every
serving.
county that you go to and not actually follow it. So whether it's submitted or not, again,
You are a part of the
back to the
thin blue
underlying
line. I
question
will
of,
back up.
are these things
You sheriffs
enforceable?
and
It
others that
sounds
are
like-
upstairs, I ain't
Mr.
losing no
Harris,
sleep.
Madam Chair, look, sheriffs have a tough job. I have magazines are everywhere. But in this instance, they're at gun shows. This is nothing more than another mechanism for law enforcement to
Definitely
walk
not
in,
losing any
see
sleep.
a vendor or 2 or 3 or 4 selling high capacity magazines or ghost guns. That promoter's ability to put on any further shows is over. It can be, or not over, but at least there's penalties involved in this bill. Hopefully, those penalties will work to
Hopefully,
assist law
hopefully those
with
penalties
promoters
will
actually
work.
taking an effort.
Hopefully,
have their vendors.
hopefully those laws against
Just
murder,
another
rape,
mechanism
robbery
of
will
help.
work. Hopefully.
Representative Espinoza.
So let me, thank you.
Let
Madam
me get this
Chair.
straight.
Can I
You're
open
dumb enough to
your,
think fucking
answer
law's
in
gonna
the
stop
question
criminal.
that was just asked a little bit?
Never mind.
So it sounds to me that what you're saying is the intent is to shift the burden to the gun promoter, and they would have a greater incentive because there's an obligation that would cost them a lot more if they don't enforce the law
I can see her
themselves.
like brush
Mr.
my hair.
Harris.
Madam Chair, thank you so much for using those. I failed in my description. That's exactly right. It's putting a burden on the promoter.
Sounds like Pocahontas. Yeah, it ain't far
to
from it.
enforce the existing law, but it's putting a burden on the promoter for his or her livelihood to make sure that they're running gun shows that are compliant with local, state, and federal law.
I'd have to look
All right,
up
wonderful. Thank
Colorado's
you all so
law
much
to
for your
see whether it's
testimony.
against the law for somebody to
All
transfer
right,
a
our next
magazine
panel will
standard
include
capacity
Ronald Dietz,
from one
Sean
person to
Steele,
another person
Ava
private
Fennell,
sale.
Jacob
I
Loria,
don't
and
think that's
Kathleen
illegal in Colorado, and that's what they're going after right now. And to the 8 of the homies still hanging out in here, yeah, you're going to hell with me. I'll drive the
All
bus.
right,
I'll sit in the
welcome. We'll
back.
start
It's
with
going to
you,
get a little
sir,
bumpy.
on the end here. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ronald Dietz. I live in Littleton. I am testifying on behalf of myself, and I am opposed to this bill.
Because it's
The reason
unconstitutional.
simply is
Don't
that
like
it's
it.
Another useless gun control bill. And the basis for that is that the idea that criminals primarily get their guns from gun shows, often called the gun show loophole,
It's
is a common misconception.
ridiculous.
While some firearms are sold at gun shows without background checks, depending upon state laws, research shows that the vast majority of criminals acquire their guns through other means. Where do
Stolen
criminals get
guns.
their guns? According to Justice under President Obama,
Well, what did Colorado do last year?
which surveyed
Well,
state
they
prison
charged
inmates,
you if your gun gets stolen.
43% got their guns through illegal means: stolen weapons, black market, street sources. 25% got it
Yeah,
from
they
family
charge
and
if you
friends.
get a gun stolen, don't report it
10%
on
got their
time.
firearm from a
You get
retail
charged.
gun store. Only 0.8%, and that's the important number to remember. 0.8% got their gun from a gun show. 6% found it at the scene of a crime. 7% got it through.
You
Put more
cannot
restrictions on gun shows. And
do
not
more than
accomplish
15
anything. I
rounds.
don't see how you
Okay,
can
Chess, so it is
justify
against the
this
law
bill.
to person
My
to person
personal opinion
transfer
is that this bill is
a
meant to
large capacity
further the
magazine.
goal of getting
The
rid
one
of
in that gun
shows.
back.
Um,
There.
therefore, I urge
Don't
you to
ever
vote
put a dyslexic in a
no
mirror.
on this bill.
Don't do it.
Thank you.
Never going to get it right.
So we're going to move over to you. 2 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chess.
Madam Chair, committee, my name is Sean Steele, representing the Colorado Federal Firearms Licensee Association and myself. The gun show loophole has been closed in this state for a very long time.
Yeah, Fluffy, they do. Anything over
Federal
15
firearms licensees are required
rounds.
to do a 4473 background check
So
anytime a firearm leaves them to go to an individual. I would be
this
happy to
magazine
discuss
would be illegal
the
because
nuance
this
and
one's, I think,
convoluted and
17 round.
counterintuitive
Hell, I can't
laws
see the
that
light.
are at the federal level
Um,
that will result in
15
federal
rounds, that'd be
crime,
good.
prison, something unlawfully. Now, as far as the gun show is concerned, a majority of the people who go to gun shows
Fucking
to sell their
itching.
firearms do not have FFLs. I know that because this is how I got started in the firearms industry. I would go to a gun show. I would visit the guy who sold camping supplies, and then I would go to the guy who sold guns, oogle at them because I couldn't afford them because I was a kid. And by the time I started my first time going to a gun show as a vendor, I realized, hey, I could sell some of my old trash here, all my old ex-military stuff, whatever it may be. So I'm seeing some significant concerns for the individual who may not be 21 who wants to go check out a gun show, because that was me when I was 16, 17, 18, however
Yeah,
old.
my hand's healing
It was
up
a community
from
event
the
for a lot of
carpal
people.
tunnel. It's itching.
And this bill, along with many of the other ones, seems to be targeting one thing: the livelihood of the people who make their living doing this type of thing. It would seem that every bill that's coming out of every committee pertaining to guns in this legislative session has to do with destroying the livelihood of the business that operates lawfully and is constitutionally protected. This is extremely concerning. I, along with all the rest of my colleagues who are federal firearms licensees in this state, are ready and willing to discuss with you the issues that you have. I understand them. I get it. I have these concerns too. However, making legislation by those who probably have not been to a gun show is probably
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's like
We'll
asking
go
your
to Mr.
orthodontist. I
Team
know you
Steve,
normally
Rocky
look
Mountain
at my
Gun Owners.
molars, but will you look at my colon?
There are plenty of things that are wrong with this bill.
No.
But something that is a sub theme that I did not hear asked of the sponsors. Now, the amount that security and videoing and storing that video will cost is in the thousands for certain.
Thank you again for that, Jess, because I did
And
not
that's
take the
egregious,
time to
and
look
I
it up.
want to be corrected in this, but page 5, line 6, any person who sells or exchanges any firearm, regardless of previous arrangement, is a gun show vendor, which that helped me interpret these 3 new crimes that were introduced. So we have unlawful gun show management, where we're trying to, we haven't gotten there yet. And then we have, for vendors, we have unlawful participation in the gun show as a vendor and unlawful gun show vendor activity. Now these are 2 different things, but it seems that this bill is designed to ensnare regular gun owning, law abiding, engage in activities that they're used to in a lawful fashion. And now there was mention of requiring background checks, through taking money out of the pockets of gun dealers by placing price ceilings on background checks.
I'll say it on the next little
But
bit of
there
a
is,
break.
I have serious concern over, particularly, apart from the rest of the bill being terrible, particularly the ban of participants actually taking part in a gun show and maybe bringing their own weapons to exchange or trade or sell with those vendors there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your
If
testimony.
background
Board
checks
members, what
are
questions
so
do you have for
important,
these witnesses?
why can I
Representative
not
Clifford,
scan
then
someone's
Anthony.
driver's license if I'm going to sell a gun? Why can I not scan their driver's
Questions
license
for the gentleman from
and
Rocky
see
Mountain
where
Gun Owners. Look
that
in the
person
language
is?
as you, I looked at page
The
5
tech,
with
and yeah, I
similar
said
to former 18,
technology for a
12, 5, and
reason.
6. Can you talk to me about the practicality? So someone that owns a gun,
I can do
they
that
wanna
to
bring
a
that to trade, or
babysitter,
they
a
wanna bring that to sell
housekeeper,
to a gun dealer,
house
et cetera.
cleaner, maid,
In the
whatever.
process, can you tell me what language
Can't do that for a
leaves you
fellow.
with it?
Mr. Valentin.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
How do I say your last name?
So it's Valentinus.
Valentinus.
Thank
All
you.
right.
And thank you,
Okay.
sir. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would.
Now,
I'm required to
understanding all the
prepare my
false
answer
positives
to
coming
that
up.
question
Understand
with
it.
the
I've been
fiscal note.
wrapped up into myself.
So the fiscal note, if you would allow me just a brief deviation.
I will, but the clock is running, and
Yes,
I got
sir.
more questions.
Well, this is very important. Now, the only reason why the fiscal note reads 0 for this bill is because there were no previous. There have been no.
Colorado loves to do their
There's
shit
been no
late as
conviction.
fuck.
There's an expectation that gun shows work a certain way. Now, vendors, with the introduction of this bill, vendors will have to be educated and so will citizens. There will be an understandable gap in education where it is
Anthony,
almost a
what's up, my
certainty
brother?
where
How are you?
Someone will be ensnared by this language. Now, it's not written in there, but it is a mechanism of the bill, and I know that face indicates you disagree.
May I dialogue
Represent-
with the panel, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a moment.
Sure. Vice Chair Clifford.
Thank you very much. Just so that we can move quickly. I have problems with the words you used just a moment ago is take a look at this line on this page, and it's not in the bill, but it's some subtext to the bill. So yeah, my face is going to get a little crinkled. I don't have anything in here that leaves me with the, I can't take a gun to the gun show, which by the way, I go to gun shows. I trade at gun shows. I sometimes take guns to gun shows and trade at gun shows. I understand what the
Damn,
nature
my
of
shit's
the
slow
business
right now.
is there. So I'm not unclear about what I would be doing there. I would like to know what you meant by the author's intent to ensnare someone here.
Yes, sir. So by this language, you by taking your gun to the gun show must register and get certified as a gun show vendor. That is what I meant to say. So with the introduction of these 3 new crimes with
Share
being
share
extra.
with me where that says that.
Exhibits, sells, offers for sale, transfers, or exchanges any firearm at a gun show, regardless of whether the person arranges with a gun show promoter for a fixed location from which to exhibit, sell, offer, or sale, transfer, or exchange any firearm. So I should have elaborated page 5, lines 6 through 11. So you, by attempting to sell your firearm that you bring to exhibit, you'd be committing a crime. And that is not how gun shows have traditionally worked in the past. And there will be a gap in time with the introduction of this bill. We oppose to this bill, but should it pass, that is the reality.
Okay, and then still in dialogue with the panel real quick. So talking about taking away people's livelihood by not having somebody under 21 years old that doesn't have a parent or a guardian there. Is that are those people large purchasers at gun shows? Why would this be a threat to the livelihood of the vendors at the gun show?
Again, as they go through this, think about Brian Malinowski.
Estimation.
I got
It's
another
far
video
beyond
I've
just
got to
that
do about
section,
freaking
right? The livelihood threat
basically
comes
the
from this,
government
comes from
state getting access
more
to all
than
your banking records.
the reduction of
And it
age
kind
for
of
people as well.
dovetails.
So perhaps you can help me understand your question a little bit better. Are you asking specifically of who's going to hurt?
Oh, yeah, Chess, and we're
21 and up, or are you
We're gonna do that
asking
video.
about
I'll look.
all
I
the
was
other aspects of this
still got to
bill
finish reading it because
prevent
it's
people from
so many
doing
pages.
or engaging in
But
it?
You can answer either way. I was specifically
comes
relating
down
back
to the
your
government and the
testimony when
state,
you
the
were
federal
talking
government
about,
and the state
setting the age requirement, and then
gaining
you
access to all your
specifically in
financial
next
records.
comment said that you were that
And
this
it's
would cause
insane to
what,
read.
What this bill was going after was the livelihood of the vendors at that show.
Run gun,
And
what
you
is
did
up,
that in
bro?
relationship
You were in here
to
earlier.
the age,
And
you
yeah,
know,
it's
us
still going. The
having
pain
in the
don't
bill
stop.
that someone would have to have a guardian with them if they were under the age of 21.
So, if I may,
yes,
series of things
What?
from both this bill as well as other bills that are designed to, as previous testimony had said, attack the livelihood of the promoter, attack the livelihood of the business
It's
owner.
the same
Right?
with
It doesn't have to
firearms.
just
Yeah,
be
it
that
is,
one
Jess.
instance of 21 and under. It can be all of the different aspects.
Anything
of this
you do.
bill that, from the restriction on being
Think
able to
about
bring
how,
your own
Dexter
firearm
Taylor
in
got
to
caught.
sell, as well
The
as
state got his
potentially
financial
putting somebody
record
in serious trouble for
without
not
a
having
warrant.
an
I'll bet
FFL
money on that.
if they
And he
you
was
need
doing
to have an
business buying
FFL
a
because they're not
printer or
engaged
buying
in the
these
business of
parts,
selling
and that's how they
firearms.
went after him.
A gun show is designed specifically to be a platform for
He
somebody who is
dared
not
have firearms
necessarily
without the
engaged in
state's
the business
permission.
to
In New
offer
York,
grandpa's
put a
guns
mother
from Vietnam or
fucker in jail,
something to that.
prison,
Okay, got it.
not
And
just jail.
making sure
In
that
prison
everyone is
is
waiting period,
more
all that
property.
stuff. If you do not,
But no, he
you are
deserves to
in
go to jail.
violation
Prison.
of the laws that are already on the books.
I say jail, I
and
mean prison.
eligible to be prosecuted as such.
'Cause
Every FFL
he
dealer,
did it
no matter
without
who they
permission.
are, is going to make sure that a background check is conducted and make sure that the waiting period has taken place, because that is the law in this state. And the gun dealers of the state operate.
I
within the
can't
confines
wait
of the law
till
when they're
tomorrow
dealing with
night,
firearms.
7
Extremely
o'clock,
dangerous to not
interviewing Walt Robillard.
Chair, I
Thank you
did
very
not
much.
mean to take everyone's time with answers. My apologies.
Thank you very much. We are
Something different than
out of
this
time
horse
for this
shit.
panel. Thank you all so much for your testimony. All right, next up we have Kathy Hagan, Eileen McCarron.
Did you see where
Leanne
ATF
Van Dorn, and Catherine
Read the
Webb.
black dude. Yeah, I saw that, Chess or Fluffy. Yeah, I saw it. It's been a couple of guys that done some shows on it. But yeah, I holding his kids at gunpoint. I think his daughter, she was in her early teens. Yeah, just pull her out of the house with a night shirt on and underwear. Yeah, just pull her out of the house. And from what I understood, the dogs they ran through the house just wrecked the house.
On the end.
And not a single
Thank you,
charge.
Madam Chair, I am Eileen McCarron, and I'm testifying today for Colorado ceasefire in support of House Bill 1238. We've heard much discussion tonight that talked about law abides to
Yep.
see how they
Getting
are
hung up with it.
operating. Some of the things
Just a little
we
image
observed
on a
were
piece
quite
of metal.
disturbing.
Yeah, throw them in
Thousands
prison.
of
Even though the
illegal
ATF's own
high-capacity
technology branch couldn't get
magazines
it to
for
work.
sale.
They're supposed to be the
Silencers,
experts
which
in
require a
firearms.
special permit, and
Send him to
illegal
prison. Fuck his life
unsterilized
pieces.
receivers. Most shows lacked the required signage regarding background checks, and surprisingly, at one recent show, a deputy sheriff
Yeah,
was
flashbangs and
milling
all.
around, ignoring the illegal magazine sales. I wanted to mention that high-capacity
There are plenty of
magazines were
ATF
a
agents
factor in the
and
Boulder King
some of the
Center
higher ups at
shooting.
ATF
The
need to
Club
be in
Q
prison their
shooting, he
goddamn
used
selves.
60-round magazines. And just last November in Greeley, a bar shooting where 60 rounds were quickly shot into the bar and critically left a Arapahoe gun show. Upon
Because all
exiting,
these gangbangers,
we were
they
subjected
completely
to
obey
only
the
the most
law.
cursory check to ensure we weren't avoiding the waiting period law. One of our team left an earlier gun show where the security personnel were eating lunch and totally ignoring everyone exiting.
Why?
This
Because
bill
you
is
look like
designed
you
to
got
ensure that
19
gun show
fucking cats in your
promoters
house
ensure
and you ain't seen
compliance
dick
with
in
federal,
years.
state, and local laws, both by themselves and their vendors. There's also been a discussion about videos and parking lots. Why parking lots? In October 2023, 16 guns were stolen from.
I know 2 minutes goes so quickly. We'll continue to proceed with you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Chairwoman. My name is Catherine Root. I'm testifying on behalf of myself. I wish to speak to the issue
Was
of
it
fentanyl
Elizabeth
in
Warren?
Colorado,
Yeah, probably so.
Driven by criminal cartels in Mexico armed with U.S. sourced firearms, including from Colorado.
You
Gun
know
laws in
who
Mexico are strict,
gave
and
those
there is
firearms
only
to the
one gun store
cartels?
in the entire country, and that is
Our
on a military
government.
base. In 2023, 70% of the guns used in crime in Mexico were traced back to the United States.
And until you lock down the
Colorado is one of
border,
top 10
guess what?
source
We're going to
states
get
for
more
straw
deaths from
purchases
fentanyl.
and
They're
continues
going to
to be
get
the
more
Iron
deaths from
River-
guns.
contributes
And
to
they
the
ain't
Iron
buying
River
Browning 50
2,000
cows
fireable across
from
the
the
U.S.
on
southern
the
border
border.
into Mexico.
Bitch.
The top source cities for traffickers
Oh,
like Denver
I'm
and
gonna
Colorado
fucking lose it.
Springs. We together can stop the
Yeah,
flow of
Fast
highly
and
lethal
Furious, baby.
equipment from our state
And not
into
the
the
movies.
hands of the cartels. In 2023, the DEA in our region seized a record 425 kilograms of fentanyl, enough to kill one of every 3 Coloradans. Pueblo, Fremont, Adams, and Denver counties recently recorded the most overdose deaths. Beyond the primary border source states, Colorado to El Paso,
Yeah,
Texas,
fentanyl is
was
illegal. I'm
considered the
sorry.
prime
No,
gun
we don't have
trafficking
issues with
route,
fentanyl.
with
It's
double the number
illegal.
of guns
They
traced
made
here
a
compared
law.
to neighboring states like Kansas and Idaho.
Only 100 and
Passage of
something
this
thousand
bill
people
to
die
ensure
from it a
gun
year, but
shows are
okay.
fully in compliance with Colorado and in the United States and in
Looking at
Mexico.
under
Please vote to pass this bill.
2,000
Thank you.
illegal murders
Thank
with
you
a
very
firearm
much.
per year.
Moving right
It
along.
normally comes about
Welcome.
1,500.
My name is Kathy Hagan from Erie. Gun shows create an environment where straw purchases and gun trafficking, like speaking of what she was talking about,
Oh, I
are more
wanna throw
feasible
something.
than at licensed gun
Chess, I need one of your
shows. Gun
fucking
shows
rubber
have many
breaks.
vendors, including private sellers and FFLs, and attract large crowds. In this environment, there is less oversight, especially of private sellers. At a gun show, while private sellers are legally required to
Why
conduct
do I do this
background
to?
checks,
Well,
there's
I
no
know I
mandatory
do it to you
reporting
guys
system that
because
flags when someone
if
is
I gotta
buying
feel it, you guys
multiple
gotta feel it.
guns from different
I'm still
private
wondering why I do it
sellers.
to myself.
FFLs must document all gun sales and follow a so requiring all vendors to have an
Nobody's
FFL
ever
and
bought a
state
gun out of
firearms
a
dealer
trunk.
permit will strengthen oversight and ensure that vendors follow state and federal firearm laws. States like Colorado have reduced illegal gun trafficking and with universal background checks.
No, they
at gun
haven't.
shows. Stronger regulations, as proposed in this bill, further decrease illegal distribution.
No, they
For
don't.
example, California saw a 44% drop in illegal firearm trafficking and a 30% drop in straw purchases. From
Yeah, when you don't
2014 to
report it, you can say it's dropping.
requiring gun show promoters to prepare and submit a security plan is common sense. Securing entrances and exits.
There we
and
go,
video
that common
monitoring
sense.
inside and outside space activity. Our state law prohibits
common
gun sales
sense.
to anyone under 21 years old. So, like in a liquor store, anyone under that age needs to be accompanied by an adult, a parent, or guardian. Verifying that each firearm sold at
So
a
if
gun
you're
show adheres to
18,
our 3-day
you are
existing
legally
3-day
liable
waiting
for
period
everything
law
that
is
you as
essential for preventing
an adult.
impulsive,
But you
high-risk
can't walk in
purchases.
at 18 to
I
a
urge
gun
the
show.
committee to support this important
And buying a
legislation
long gun is
to strengthen
federally legal.
accountability, enhance security, and
Sure.
uphold the integrity of firearm sales in Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least,
Oh, I would say least.
Good evening. My name is Rhiannon, and I'm Rhiannon Dimward, and I'm again speaking on behalf of the Denver chapter of Team Enough as a lifelong Coloradan and a member of the National Executive Council of Team Enough, the board of HB 25-1238. Last weekend, alongside Alexander, actually, and other students at CU, I had the opportunity to attend my first ever gun show at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. I want to echo that overwhelmingly, my experience at Tanner Gun Show was genuinely incredibly positive. The atmosphere was friendly and relaxed. Vendors were both welcoming
You
and
cannot
eager to share their
fix this
expertise with
level of
firearms, and I
NPC,
got to try arguably the
non-playable
best beef
character.
jerky I've ever had.
It's fucking broke.
However, this experience was also eye-opening. The negligence that this bill is trying to address was obvious. There were hundreds of magazines over the legal limit in Colorado, including many 30 round, which is double the legal limit, and 60 round, which is
She can
and
do
enough
basic
parts
math.
easily available
She's
to
credible.
assemble a ghost gun. It was also striking to me how willfully ignorant the local law enforcement at the show appeared. Despite the blatant presence of illegal ammunition and parts, there was no action taken on their part. This poses a serious public safety risk for our Colorado
15, 30,
communities once these
60,
components
90,
leave fair gun
120.
doors. While I felt safe in the show's environment, if this negligence is continued to be allowed, our state will continue to be plagued by the very real fear of high-capacity magazines and ghost guns
Because some damn
circulating in our
high
communities that have
capacity
been
magazines,
embraced
they
already
shoot
by
everybody.
people testifying. HB 1238 addresses this danger.
Unless
This
you
bill will
slam
continue
the
to
gun
allow
and someone is
shows in our
pulling
state
the trigger,
where vendors
actively
and
shooting
attendees
people.
such as
The
myself
high capacity
can still have
magazine
very
can't
positive
do good.
experiences. Well, I respectfully urge the committee to support HB 1238. Thank you.
thank you very much. Committee, what questions do you have?
Double the
Representative?
legal limit, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is for the first.
If I
witness.
went and drove right now, it might be.
16 What?
Yeah, okay.
Ms. McCarron.
Thank you. So October 2023, a gun show at the Tanner Gun Show in Denver. It's called the Denver Gun Show, although it's in Adams County. There were 16 firearms stolen from a vehicle in the parking lot. It actually, the
That's
vehicle
because
even
you
had
make
a
people
label
disarm before they
that
can
said
go
guns
in there.
for
So they
everyone,
leave their
and I
guns in
guess
the
the
car.
thieves took them at their word. The other is that closing the gun show loophole bill was passed, and part of it included that there needed to be signs
Now do home
posted at the,
burglaries.
entrances stating no one may transfer a firearm without first obtaining a background check through a licensed gun dealer. If any part of the transaction occurs on these premises or parking facilities, they have to have the background check. So it was even known back in 2000 that there are situations.
I really,
that
really
they're
need
like
my
off-
hammer.
I guess you call like off-track
know
betting or
where it's
something.
at.
People are going out in the parking lot and
I would
meeting
beat
and
myself in the head with this
exchanging guns.
fucking vice
which
grips back there.
don't undergo a background check. So that was already in.
Night in Chicago.
Taking the suspense out of the whole room and answering that.
And in Colorado will charge you when you have a firearm stolen now.
Curious
Because they
in
passed it
terms
last year.
of
They will charge
two
you,
things.
not the person who
Again,
stole
going
it.
back to enforcement. So, multiple ones of you have spoken of law enforcement. being
Matter of
present
fact,
and
they
not
voted
really taking any
against
steps
sentencing
to uphold
enhancements
the
for
current
people
law,
who stole
enforce the current
guns.
law. I'm wondering, does your
The
organization
Democrats
go to
voted
these
against it.
activities, and do you go and talk to law enforcement? Like, why aren't you? Or is it just an observation time? And if you do talk to them, what kind of response do you get back?
Some
in
you
terms
can, some you
of
can't,
their
Fluff.
decision not
Uh,
to enforce, not just gave.
The last
I'm curious.
plus somewhere around there.
The only thing that
and a
is required,
normal
as
carry gun
comes
and
to
everything. They made you
responsibility,
pull the gun,
video
unload,
recording. There's
show
no
clear, and then they
affirmative
put a
requirement to
freaking
control
zip
what's
tie
going
through
on.
it.
So is the
So you
notion
couldn't
that
carry
simply having that
locked and
is,
loaded in the gun show.
that video
So it kind of
will help in
depends.
future law enforcement investigation?
Either
Is
way,
sale taking
there's
place
that
over the
zip tie
phone,
ain't
or how
stopping me
does-
from
what is the
doing
nexus
shit.
between this requirement and a problem you've identified?
This will take that
Thank you.
freaking
Representative Luck.
zip
I
tie
think,
out of my gun, and
going
then I
back
can
to the
defend
example that
myself,
I
my
gave
family,
in October 2023,
all that.
a video represented the thieves in that case. But I
I need
think
to get
also
another
the
one of
video
these. I really do.
recordings largely serve
I need
as
to
a
remember which
deterrent
model this
that
is because
people
it's been
will
freaking
know
solid.
they're there and that they'll avoid doing the things that we're afraid about. I also failed to say that the
Yeah.
October 2023
All we need is just one more law. One more law. And it'll save
two
one
neighborhoods in
life.
Denver that have some of the highest gun
Although
violence in the state. And,
carrying
so
firearms
it was
for
feeding guns into
citizens
that community
saves
that is already plagued so much
way
by,
more lives every year.
gun violence. And I don't know if I answered everything you asked.
Representative Luck.
Oh, talking to law enforcement. Actually, we happened to go to a gun store.
I wish we
this was
could get the
pre-COVID,
video
and
see
saw
Ava and
that it was just
Garcia and a
pretty
few others
upscale
testify
store in
because they did
Arapahoe,
awesome.
and
And I
we
wonder
called-
whether they're still
they
there
had-
for
they-
this one.
We observed the
They
sale
more
of
than
the
likely
High
are.
Capacity magazine, and
Whether or not
so
they
we
get
called the
testified, I don't know.
sheriff's office about it, and they told us they didn't have enough time. It was a strange situation because we held a protest there, and the sheriff's department that didn't have enough time did have
protests there.
3 deputies come out and observe us for 2 hours in our protest. So
Protest.
it's somewhat a choice. I tried to encourage CBI to come out to the Arapahoe Gun Show, but they also were at that late date. It was too late to ask them to get it on their calendar. But I think the part of this that the bill is doing is that law enforcement is going to be notified these shows are happening. And so it's also become incumbent on law enforcement to now be more enforcing the laws in their counties. These like in the example of high
Someone make
capacity
it stop.
magazines, like I've said,
Just
they
make
have
it
been
stop.
used in horrific shootings.
All right, Representative Bottoms, you have your hand up and there's just about 1 minute and 40 seconds left on this panel.
I do, thank you. I've been patient. So,
Yes, you've been very
Yeah,
patient.
if it's
you.
say it's one life.
I,
if you look at
you know,
both
this
sides
is
of
for
the,
any
sides
of
of
the
the
four.
scale, well then,
Who wants to start? Ms. McCarron?
and that's the only thing they look at. They look at one
I
side
don't
of the
believe
scale.
it'll
They
deter
don't look at
people
the
from
other
going.
side of
The
the scale.
idea is that people who go
Oh,
know
if we
that,
ban guns, don't
or
have
should
guns. Well, look
observe
what the
that
UK.
they don't want to engage in
Oh, you can't have
criminal
horny shit
activity
like
or
this.
illegal purchases that might be captured in the video.
If you look at the other side of the
Is there anyone
scale,
else that wanted to
firearms
respond?
save lives
Do not
more
have
than
to,
they
I'm
take
just
lives.
curious.
That is
Reason I asked the
fucking
question is,
disputable
I'm sorry.
unless you're an
No, you're
absolute
good. You're good.
goddamn
I've got
moron.
my
I
hand
see your
up.
hand. You're good. You're good.
The reason I asked the question is because Ed says they won't go to a gun show where there's a bunch of cameras. I won't. And I'm a law-abiding citizen. I have nothing to fear, but it's nobody's business if I buy guns. It's the intent.
That
To
is the
shut these
exact
shows
intent.
down, because for you just to say, oh, they probably won't, where are you getting that data from?
Would anybody like to respond?
Would anybody like? Yeah, we're just going to get it anyway. So fuck
Ms.
off. That's
Danforth.
about going to be the answer.
I'm
How much you want to
curious
bet?
about this, that if you are a law-abiding gun owner who's going to a gun show and you have nothing to fear, why you would be opposed to a measure that would help prevent senseless tragedies that we've heard have impacted not just the victims and the victims' families, and have such a ripple effect on our communities.
Let's bring up the
Why
emotional
you would be
arguments in
opposed
this
to
and then
that
just
if-
ride
if
them
you have
out.
nothing to fear
It's
as a-
exactly what this
as a
heifer is doing.
law-abiding gun owner, because I agree. My experience at the gun show is very much that the vast majority of people there are responsible, but I simply don't understand that as a logical argument when this has the potential to stop mass shootings and people
Gotta
people
hope Walt
getting
doesn't see this and then bail on me
Pass-through
tomorrow.
magazines or ghost guns.
I actually
and
can be serious. I
Going
think
into
I proved it.
into the wrong hands. That simply does not make sense to me.
Thank you so much.
Which,
That
well,
is all
this
the
is
time we have
serious.
for this panel right now. Thank you again. All right. We have at least 15 people that previously signed up to provide first about 5 or 6 folks that are still with us. So I'm going to call the entire list in the event that someone is there, but we should have our last panel with roughly 6 people. So I will call Ian Redding, Dr. Alan Fisher, Brian Cordwell, Mark Tisdale, Gary Gillespie, Justin Green, Travis Couture Lovelady, Seth Stern, Melissa Flanell, Frank Leonards, Cindy Denton, Leslie Hollywood, Sean Zilla, Matt Eady, and Missy Espinosa. All right, Mr. Redding, you look like you're ready to share your thoughts. So why don't you come off mute and the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you. I've been rewriting this the whole time, so bear with me. My name is Ian Redding. I'm from Frederick. I'm here as a sole proprietor of Easy EDC in strong opposition to this bill. The opening Q&A covered most of my testimony of non-FFL vendors. However, during an earlier bill, one of the committee members said he wished SCOTUS was more specific. Representative Camacho said non-FFL vendors would still be allowed, but the text of this bill does not explicitly state so. The camera debate for grocery stores or other stationary locations do not have to set them up and take them down every 3 days. From an IT perspective, many of the venues do not have the infrastructure to handle bandwidth needed for this. One representative sponsor claims on her website to protect small businesses from, quote, government interference. Yet this bill enforces government interference. Security is already strict with 24-hour armed security. The table fees are already high because of these safety measures. Higher fees would price many vendors like mine out of doing business. I believe in the security provided so much that I leave tens of thousands of dollars in merchandise in their care overnight. The under 21 part of this bill is cutting out many of our customers who may not be able to buy a firearm, but can buy items. Not to mention the 3-day waiting period means no one can take home a gun that they buy. The continued push for anti-gun laws demonstrates ignorance of the Constitution and disregard for the fact that nearly 90% of gun crimes occur in gun-free zones. Instead of restricting law-abiding citizens, you should repeal these laws. There have been fewer gun laws, and if there were fewer gun, which have admittedly sparked legislation like this, may have been prevented. Unlike many others, these incidents
And I'm going to kind of leave some of the details to the people who are more experts on this field, the FFLs, the actual promoters of the gun shows. The part that I want to really focus on is this the prohibition for 18 to 21-year-olds that can no longer attend these shows. So there's a couple of pieces of that I just find really awful. The first one is the fact that, so you're saying that if somebody's 18, 19, or 20, they can go in with a parent or a grandparent or a guardian. And I find that just really egregious in the way that we just assume that everybody's got to take them into a gun show. When you look at some people, like, for example, I have a nephew who lost his mom, my sister, to suicide, and he never knew his father. So he was a ward of the state. So what happens to kids in foster care? Like, these kids that are shuffled through the system that don't have guardians, you guys just decide that they just don't matter. I find that really awful. Additionally, my oldest daughter, she's 25 now, but when she was 19, she used to go to gun shows and she would represent the organization I was with, Rally for Our Rights, and she made great friends and she was able to get in there and really talk about why this right mattered so much to her. She did a lot of work within just the industry.
Yeah.
She really cared about her rights. She trained a
If
lot.
I can
She
go
had
to
her
prison for
carry,
murder,
training done before she ever turned 21.
I'm old enough
like
to
this
get a
idea
gun.
that these people can go to war, but they can't walk into a gun show without their mom who might be dead, like my nephew. I just can't get over that. I don't know what you guys are thinking. I think that's absolutely awful. And that needs to be, you guys need to
Oh, I know what they're thinking. I know exactly what they're thinking.
Let's hear from Melissa Flanell.
Hi.
This might
can you
be
guys hear me
Ava's
as
sister,
well?
believe it or not.
Okay, I'm not used to testifying on Zoom.
Tread, what's up,
Okay.
brother man? How are you?
Hi, I'm Melissa. I'm testifying on behalf of myself. I realize this panel is anti-gun, but it doesn't mean my voice doesn't represent the more than
Yeah,
1.9
she is,
million
Chess.
pro-gun owners and voters in the state who feel this bill creates an unnecessary burden on our communities, only punishes the law-abiding citizens, which is really only the under 21 people, and puts zero blame or pressure on the regulatory agencies, which is the ATF or the promoter. To the bill, which also states under 21 can access
At the Checkers
gun show
drive-thru.
parent, as we talked about. But as we've seen with many active shootings, this will
Be
reluctantly
safe, my
make a
brother.
difference if poor parenting is at play. The mom of the Q nightclub shooter accompanied her son to shooting ranges for target practice.
Absolutely.
James and Jennifer Crumbly gifted
all
their
this is
son the
about.
rifle he used to kill 4 students at Oxford High School in Michigan.
Crumbly
The rifle
used a
used in the
pistol, not a
2018 Santa
rifle.
Fe school shooting where 10 people died was taken from the parents' room, improperly stored, and the parents publicly admitted they knew their son struggled with behavioral issues. The father of a school shooter at Appalachia High School in Georgia, where 4 people died, was also charged for buying the rifle his son used. The cases go on and on. To think that having a parent present will deter purchases like high-capacity magazines is very subjective. Also, under current law, individuals cannot already purchase a firearm, and HB 25-1133 aims to ban the purchase of ammo. Why go to the extreme measures of also restricting where they can and cannot go? You trust the same individuals to vote for you and give their lives for their country. You'd rather than witness the trauma of war than be exposed to items they can simply cross state lines to purchase. These bills only create more barriers for good people with an honest interest in local events
She ain't
taking place in
joking.
their communities that align with their belief system. It inhibits a large percentage of young people with the interest in shooting sports, with military history from engaging in the hobby. You also keep low-income college students from buying items like smart tasers or pepper spray. I understand the intent behind this bill may be honest,
Trey,
but
this is
putting liability
Colorado.
on the gun show promoter
This is
or
a
the
gun show
ATF
bill.
or Sheriff's Department. can
Colorado
think of more
did constitutional
bill
carry
alternatives.
earlier and it got shot
I'm
down.
gonna move now to Mark Tisdale.
So this is about having to be 21 to basically go
Good
to
evening.
a
My name is
gun
Mark
show
Tisdale. I'm here
without
testifying
your
on behalf
parents.
of myself against this bill. As many other people have brought up their serious issue with the restriction on people from the age of 18 through 20,
which has been shot down
really
in the
bothers
courts many
me
times.
as someone
lately.
who came back from war the first time at the age of 20 with the invasion of Afghanistan. So to tell me that even though I lived 2,000 miles from my family and served in the military, I wouldn't be able to go into a gun show is absolutely ridiculous and offensive to me. I think that we need
Absolutely
to
is.
look at actually punishing people for crimes rather than just restrict law-abiding citizens' ability to execute and exercise their God-given rights. I think this is nothing but another means by this legislator to put the firearms industry out of business in this state. They're trying to ban and prevent anybody from being able to exercise their Second Amendment, and this is just one of the many ways that we're going about it. Seems like this session, we want to put all small, not even all small FFLs out of business, but all FFLs out of business through regulation and
Exactly
restriction
what
of the
this
way
is
that
about.
they can conduct business. And this
Well,
is
that
just
and
another example of that.
universal background checks.
This attack on gun shows will end businesses across the state. And that is just a tragedy that we're looking at doing that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tisdale. And I believe that our last person to provide testimony will be Travis Couture, Lovelady.
What? Travis Couture,
Chair.
Lovelady.
My name is Travis Couture Lovelady. I'm here representing
Oh.
the National Rifle Association's position. Our organization and membership are opposed to this bill. Gun shows are widely attended by Americans interested in firearms for defensive purposes, hunting, sports, recreation, and historical significance. So about in the 90s, gun control supporters began claiming that criminals were commonly acquiring guns at shows. However, studies by the federal government have repeatedly shown that less than 1% of state prison inmates incarcerated for gun crimes acquired their guns at shows. Most acquired their guns through theft, the black market, or from family members and friends. There's been a lot of talk about the continued attack on the rights of law-abiding adults aged 18 to 20, so I won't dwell on that, but that is certainly one of the more egregious parts of this bill that we disagree with. A lot of talk about the gun show loophole. There is no gun show loophole, especially in Colorado that already has so-called universal background checks and a 3-day waiting period. So an FFL is already required to be involved. This just basically stops folks who don't do this as a business from setting up a table. And the same laws apply to the same categories of person, regardless of where, how a firearm sale or transfer takes place. Federal law requires all FFLs to conduct NICS checks prior to transfer of any firearm to an unlicensed person, whether it occurs at the dealer's retail premises or at a gun show. Federal law strictly controls who may access NICS and the purposes for which access is made. Generally, access is limited to FFLs and law enforcement personnel. Federal law comprehensively regulates dealers in firearms, but excludes from what it defines as a dealer any private individual who makes occasional sales, exchanges, or purchase of firearms. This bill is a misguided attack on peaceful Coloradans getting together to buy.
It's
and
not
sell
misguided. It
firearms
is
and related items.
directed.
It's a bill's a solution looking for a problem, and we urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, what questions do you have for this panel? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the last witness,
Yeah, they have their minds made
my
up,
biggest
Chess.
problem is that less than 1% of criminals are buying these at gun shows, and we're not doing anything to the actual guns that are on the streets. But my biggest question
And Colorado is heavy with
for the
Democrats
proponents of the
right
bill
now.
that these
So
high-capacity magazines are coming from gun shows, and I was just wondering if you've ever seen, or anyone, Mr. Rudding, whoever, any research that shows that these are actually being bought at gun shows.
Mr. Couture, Lovelady.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I've not seen any data to support those claims.
Because it isn't
I
there.
do, but I have seen data, as I said, that shows that criminals don't get their
You
guns
think all these
through
little shitheads
gun
are buying
shows.
their fucking Glock switches from gun
Follow up
shows
from Rep. Bradley. And you would go on
in their
record and
high
say that they're
capacity
probably not
magazines?
going to
You
a gun
really
show to
think
buy
that?
high capacity magazines from them either.
Mr. Couture Lovelady.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rep. Bradley. That I would say that is correct. They are not going to go to a gun show to get that.
Mr. Redding, did you also want to weigh in?
Yeah, I've been working as a vendor at these gun shows for the past 8 months. The high capacity magazine issue is more than just the definition. High capacity magazines, as you described them, have been around far longer than the law has been in place. So high capacity magazines, they don't go bad, right? Now they can if you beat them up or drop them or a dozen things, but
You
if
mean
you
you
take
can
care of
reload
your
magazines?
tools, they will last a while. So when it comes to the high capacity magazine thing, it's kind of a non-issue, right? I don't even sell guns. I sell first aid, body armor. I sell backpacks. I sell a lot of things that aren't gun related. And yeah, can you potentially get them at these gun shows? Maybe, but that's not why people go there. Over half of the vendors that are there, we've got ladies that do handmade jewelry, beef jerky, somebody mentioned earlier. There are so many businesses by farmers, by veteran-owned apparel companies, by companies like myself that I go there to on my weekends to try to make a better living than I did otherwise.
Thank you very much.
The 21 and under would be a problem, for people that buy other things there.
All right, we're going to move on. Representative Bottoms, I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you. Let me ask this question, maybe of Ian here. Ian, so you're at the gun shows. I go to a lot of gun shows. A lot of this stuff that's being said about gun shows just is not true. You cannot walk out of a gun show with a gun.
Correct.
It's not possible. They're not going to let you. All these kind of things are just, I don't know where they're getting. I think they're gaslighting. But let me ask you the question.
You think? Maybe
with all the cameras set up and all of the things, knowing
Little-
that this is going to be kept for months, that's what the bill is saying. Set up cameras, keep it for months. That's basically another gun registry. Do you think people will
Thank you.
not buy guns and not show up at these shows if they know there's cameras there?
Mr. Redding.
Overall, I would agree with you. Now the Aurora show at the fairgrounds out there is a camera system in place, but that's the only place I've ever been to through the entire state of Colorado with Tanner that has the infrastructure to support it. I think the biggest issue is the time and the money. I have a complete IT setup in my house. I've got my own camera system that's on my own server, and it costs a lot of money for me at my house, right? Yeah, I can pull up footage from 45 days ago on my phone, just like early testimony from one of the sponsors, but that was 45 days ago. If I wanted to store that for 6 months from something that runs in my house that I set up once, we're talking the promoter would have to get there a day earlier, would have to stay a day later, means they're paying for the venue for a longer period of time. I mean, if you break this down into just dollars, our table fees right now as vendors are pricey. You'd potentially double that for the period of time that you would need to do the work. Yeah, stores, Targets, and King Supers, they're already set up. Great, they do it one time. This would have to happen every Friday or every Thursday, and at the end of the weekend, every place. And you'd have to have the bandwidth to support the high frame rate. You'd have to have all of these things in place, which doesn't exist. That's a big problem, just from the infrastructure side.
Well, I mean, this is about putting people out of business. This is not about safety
Thank you, Madam Chair.
or
Quick
anything
question, Mr.
else.
Redding, have you ever witnessed a ghost gun purchase at a gun show?
Mr. Redding.
Well, I'd have to go back and look at the new Colorado law and what they define as a ghost gun. There are receivers that are unfinished, which is not a functional firearm, that are
Thank
for
you.
sale, but I've never seen it purchased. So can you buy one of those and go do something with it? You could use it as a hammer. That's about it. You cannot put a trigger in an 80% lower. But again, I'd have to go back and look at the recent last year.
Thank
Colorado law.
you. Good points.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you all so much for your time and your testimony this evening. Last call, is there anybody else in person that wishes to provide testimony on this bill? Seeing none, witness testimony is now closed. Bill sponsors.
All right, now they're going to go to the vote. Well, they go to a little bit more
Do you have
debate
any
and then they go to the vote.
amendments? Representative Joseph.
No, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Committee.
And
do
you
have any
can bet
amendments?
this restriction on gun shows
All right,
will
seeing none,
pass.
The amendment phase is now closed.
It'll be another 9-8 vote.
Bill wrap up. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee, for sticking with us for most of the night. We really appreciate the thoughtful questions. And I'd just like to close with this. Many of you know I have a long history in the military. I've shot guns. I know guns. I've been to many gun shows. I understand gun culture. And this bill does nothing to stop gun shows. What this bill is intended to do is make
Well,
sure the
it
experience
does nothing
continues
to
be
stop
safe,
illegal guns.
productive, and in compliance with normal business practices.
It does
that you would
everything
apply
to
to almost
stop
any other
gun shows.
industry.
There's a difference.
The other thing that I heard tonight was there's a lot of concerns about
This
the
dude could
category
eat a
of
bag of dicks so
participants
bad
in
I
gun
couldn't
shows.
push it through
And
my
we're
front
happy
door
to work with
if I
you
slathered
and
it
figure
with
out
goddamn
if we can make this bill better. Happy to do that.
Vaseline first.
I would urge a yes vote because this is, if you've heard testimony tonight, you've heard that there is a pattern of breaking
I have
state
to look it
law
up,
at
Jess.
gun show- state laws at gun shows. And what this bill is doing is providing a mechanism to help enforce the current laws that are on the books.
Dude, did
So
this
for that
guy
reason,
serve
I
in the
urge
Air
a yes
Force or
vote.
the Coast Guard? One of the two. He
Representative
was surface fleet Navy.
Thank you, Madam
Maybe he was
Chair.
in the rear with the gear in the
Thank you,
Army.
members of the committee, for the opportunity to present House Bill 1238. Thank you for everyone who testified as well, whether in support or in opposition to the bill. I
Because if you
welcome and
testified in
appreciate the
opposition to the bill,
feedback.
we don't give a fuck.
I do care deeply about businesses in Boulder because that's our livelihood, that businesses are part of, an important part of our economy.
Joe Morris, what's up,
But
my
I
brother?
also deeply care about the young people in my district. I have a university of about 35,000 young people in my district, and I care deeply about them, and I care about their safety. Also, I do care about
That is
Second
always the
Amendment.
bullshit
As an
argument.
American, as a
I care
lawyer,
about the kids, you
it's
don't.
very important to me, and I want to protect everyone's Second Amendment rights to carry guns so long as they acquire it legally.
You want to
that's
protect
my
my rights to the Second Amendment? Get out of my
So,
face, lady.
yes, I'm a
It's that
strong
simple.
2A. So
But there's the
there's
but.
a lot of work
There's
to
the
do
but.
when it comes to protecting
I am,
community
but.
members from gun violence prevention. I don't want to go and talk more about what the bill does. You've heard, again, it's about safety,
Oh,
safety of
absolutely,
these gun
Joe.
shows that also trickle down to community safety. We know that most gun owners are law-abiding citizens or law-abiding community members.
No, we are
And
mostly
this bill,
law-abiding.
Again, we know gun shows are most of the times are safe. And we talk about some of the times when there are issues that are happening there, and we want to make sure that it is made safe. Again, another comment I wanted to make, I want to say to all of you, especially to our colleagues on the other side, I hear your concerns. We want to continue to work with you, both Rep. Camacho and I. And also, we have amendments and we want to talk to you about it. We want to talk to Rep. Clifford, especially
Oh, you
as
don't
a
want to
law
talk to me about it,
enforcement
lady.
personnel or someone who works in law enforcement, to get feedback from you and to
have those conversations with you.
Law
good luck, and
enforcement
we're
was already
Bradley
there
again.
in the
We
last
know
bill.
this is
And they said it was
an important
bullshit.
bill for the community, but we also want to make sure that we have the right stakeholders at the table to continue to have this conversation. And to my co-sponsor's point, please vote yes. Thank you.
Vice Chair Clifford.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 25-1238 to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation.
Is there a second? All right, seconded by Representative Carter. Thank you very much. Members, any closing comments? Representative
Yeah,
Clifford
all of
and
y'all
Bradley.
are fucking insane.
I heard a lot tonight, and first of all, I really want to acknowledge you both. I do believe you when you say that you're going to come back to the table and try to iron out things that need to be ironed out, and I think you do have a couple things that should be that. I've recently gone to gun shows. You know, I've started getting
This decorum thing is
I have
absolutely
started getting
annoying.
some people that will bring me high capacity magazines, and I have encouraged them, please stop buying those. That is illegal, even to bring them to me. Do not do that. I had at a town hall the other day, somebody said, when we leave here, can we go by this gun store so I can show you? And I said, yes. So, you know, but I've also been to lots and lots of gun shows, and I have to acknowledge, you know, I like the person that testified earlier about the experience at the Tanner Gun Show. They run a tight ship. I think that I have seen, you know, I've been fairly impressed with, you know, how they ran their business. I've never seen a deputy sheriff that was overlooking something, because I would have said something to that person. But I have seen a lot of items for sale there that are illegal by Colorado law, illegal to possess, illegal to sell, illegal to own, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, thank
And
God
I
some people are telling them to fuck
think
off.
that most people that are engaged in this dialogue don't realize that that is not what we mean when we use the term law-abiding gun owners. If you are in possession of something that is against the law, you do not get to call yourself law-abiding.
If you don't know what the law is,
Look
because
at
it's
it
so
that way if you
complicated,
want to, but I don't. And you know, I'm fascinated with how this bill got here. I didn't read it until today, so my apologies to the sponsors. This was the first day that I was going to. I'm a little behind in my reading, but I'm trying to catch up. I thank you for bringing the bill. I do also want to thank some of the people that testified today that have some ideas about how to make this bill better, and I look forward to working with you in order to do that.
I mean, if nothing else, I will be fun to
We
watch.
just see things completely.
It'll be
differently. I just looked
pay-per-view
up an
quality.
article in Colorado Springs where they're at a 5-year high of firearm theft, and 820 stolen firearm cases, 2 thefts a day. 55% are stolen from a home, apartment, garage, or yard. 39% were taken from someone's car. Unless the theft of the property is worth more than $2,000, it's a misdemeanor. Handguns are usually about $850, so it's not even close to being a felony. Less than 1% of guns are stolen from gun shows. So we're just not doing anything. We're going after gun shows. We're going after one business.
This
We're
chick
going
is
after
awesome.
vendors. We're going after FFLs. We're going after people who want to sell their guns, and we're not attacking the real problem here. And so more regulations on the Second Amendment, more regulations on gun shows. Y'all are not going to get
Yeah,
to
Jess.
what's happening. We pass bill after bill after bill.
From a
regulate,
bartender with no money to
and our
millionaire
crime rates continue to go
in a couple of years.
off the charts. So we're not getting.
I'll take that gig.
55% are stolen from a home, apartment, garage, or yard. Less than 1% of criminals that they ask are stealing them from gun shows. So why we're bringing a bill to do that, and we're not making it a felony to steal the said firearm? So maybe these criminals stop stealing them,
Absolutely.
is a grand idea. And until we do that, I mean, I appreciate you guys bringing this forward, but we're not getting anywhere. Less than 1%, we're not going to make the state any safer. And I appreciate, you know, respect you both, but it's not getting to the root of
I have zero respect for y'all.
Representative Espinosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I am a yes for today, and part of that is a question. I
Of
think
course
there
you
still
are.
a few issues to address, but mostly one of the things that was important to me to recognize that the larger umbrella here that we're trying to protect is the fact that there's someone who's already making this business and that they have an obligation to ensure that the business runs in accordance with the state law. We're shifting the burden to them because they're the ones who are doing the business itself. But I would also note, just as my understanding, that at these gun shows, many of the vendors already have video cameras because they too want to protect their product and their capacity. I think the 6 months to me maybe pose an issue. I think that is something that could potentially be lessened, because the point of it, from what your people testified, is for the gun show itself, to ensure that we're providing safety and a deterrence for inactive activity, for that activity. And so the length of time for holding that, if we're not using it for evidentiary purposes, maybe could be made shorter. And that's what I took out of the whole testimony today, is just my point and an observation in terms of that video as a way to reduce the burden on the gun show owners, but still obtain your purpose, which is during the gun show that we're acting as an additional disincentive to have compliance and to provide some level of public safety. So for those reasons, I will be a yes today, and I do appreciate your bringing this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Yeah, I believe that this, thank you, Chair. I believe that this is going to shut down gun shows, shut down people's business, put people out of business, and continue to attack a problem that's not a problem. All of these guns that one of the people testified that they're running into Mexico and all the stuff, they're not getting that at gun shows. The criminals are not getting this stuff at gun shows.
No,
but
the
it's just
ATF
another
is
end
forcing
around
FFLs to
try
sell
to
to
attack the
cartels.
Second Amendment and for gun grab, and so I'm totally against it.
The ATF has been caught forcing gun to sell to cartels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the testimony. I think there was some good feedback in terms of the length and time that you're keeping it, and some call outs around military personnel as well. So I just wanted to see what those amendments are going to be like as we move forward. And I appreciate and trust that you all are going to be continuing some stakeholdering as we move forward.
All right, final comments. Seeing none. Ms. King, please pull the committee.
Here we go to the vote.
Representatives Bottoms.
I almost guarantee it'll be a 9-8 vote again.
Bradley? No. Carter?
Yes.
Espinoza?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Froelich? Yes.
So this is a vote for or against the bill.
Mabry?
Yes.
Ricks?
And this is just committee, then it'll go to the floor, and then it'll get worked up from there.
Representative Ricks, you're muted.
Yes.
Clifford?
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Well, Sarah B, at least I
Yes.
representative who votes for
House
this shit.
Bill 1238 passes with a vote of 8-3. You are on your way to the
8
committee
to
of the
3.
whole.
What?
Members, that concludes our business this evening.
Hold on. 8 to 3. What? Where did the Republicans go during that vote? The last one was 9-8. How's this 8 to 3? Inquiring minds want to know. So anyway, I'm about to get out of here in just a minute. So constitutional carry got shot down in committee tonight for Colorado. That was pretty much par for the course. We pretty much knew what was going to happen for that. SB 003 apparently, I can't remember whether the House made changes to it and had to go back to the Senate, something like that. That got moved for, should I have to look it up? Got moved till about a week or so. I'll try to post something about that. Yeah, sorry, guys. I was looking something on the phone. So Colorado cannot depend on any kind of pro-gun bills getting passed right now. It's not going to happen. Democrats have control. They pretty much have a lockdown on the House and the Senate, and they got the governor. For anybody outside of Colorado who says, fuck it, that's Colorado, understand these bills get written by Brady, they get written by Giffords, and then they get passed down to all these Democrat legislators in all of these different places. I got plenty in Alabama I need to cover. So it's not like if you're living in the red state, you ain't got to worry about it. Nope, that shit's coming to you. Plain and simple. It's already in your back pocket. Pick a state. I can go to it right now and find plenty of unconstitutional bills. Just the way it works. These Democrats do not care about your constitutional rights. They do not care about the constitutional restraints on government. They don't give a rat's ass. So that's why I started this tonight when I heard this, or this afternoon, really, when I started listening to it. And then when I got home, I cranked this up so we could share the stream because I want people to see it. Why were you listening to stuff for 2, 3, 4 hours? Yeah, this is 4.5 hours since I started it. Well, because this is going to hit every single state. If you think you have a strong Republican majority, don't worry, give it a little bit. This is coming to you. Linnell, Garcia, a couple of chicks that I posted tonight who are actually in Colorado and fighting this shit. They're doing this every day. Every single day. Pretty much. I mean, everybody's got off days. Pretty much every single day they're fighting this horse shit. There's a couple of other guys that I didn't post tonight who are in Colorado who are fighting this. And for right now, doesn't matter what they say. Democrats are going to blow right past it. One of the Democrats who sponsored the mag-fed assault weapons deal, it's over there. Oh, over there. There. That. He just apparently completely stopped Twitter today because he doesn't want to hear what people who disagree with him have to say. Is he probably getting some fucking bad language thrown in his direction and everything else? Yeah. Well, here's the deal, fucker. You want to send the cops to my house to goddamn murder me. I'm just using language to tell you you're a fucking idiot. So, yeah, there's a goddamn difference. This stuff just becomes so freaking insane. And I can't wait till tomorrow night, have Walt Robillard on, talk about books. That's Coop's happy place. But the rest of this horse shit, no, they can get bent. I'm done with them. You want to send people to my home because I own a certain thing like that, and you want the police to be able to shoot me in my face because I did something the government doesn't like. Now, there's no victim. There's no, hey, you murdered someone. There's no, hey, you robbed someone. Nothing like that. I'm done with these people. Fuck them. If I can change minds, if you want to have an honest decision, this platform has always had an open invitation to any leftist that wants to debate gun laws or wants to debate, hell, just about any law. We can do it. I got zero problems with that. And I will be as polite as you are to me. But this retarded stuff going on right now, yeah. I said it's coming everywhere. I got to get back and look at the stuff in Alabama. We went from, oh shit, like 10 to 12 gun control laws. I think we're up about 19-ish right now. Because our session really just got rolling not too long back. Is what it is. Right? Part of their, Damien, what's going on, my brother? part of the stuff in Alabama, if they passed it as written, when I order a parts kit, the minute I go to my mailbox and I pick that parts kit up and I receive that parts kit, I'm a felon because I have all the parts to make a fully automatic machine gun. It's retarded. It's absolutely retarded. Now, there's one bill in Alabama now. I have to do a show just on that bill, or maybe I'll actually record one. But it would make someone eligible for the death penalty if they used a machine gun in a shooting to murder somebody. I'm not completely for that. I'm not completely against it because I do believe in sentencing enhancements. If I use a firearm to injure somebody without just cause, I do believe I should pay a penalty for that. I also believe police should. They shouldn't get away with the shit I can't get away with. That's a whole fuck. We could spend hours on that too. So yeah, there's a couple of shows that I got to do, and knowing me, we'll probably do them on a live stream, read through some shit, talk about it. Because I would much rather hang out with you guys than do a recorded show and edit it and then send it out. I'd much rather hang out with you guys. Anyway, keep an eye out for tomorrow night. I got Walt Robillard coming on. He's another writer. Galaxy's Edge, Forgotten Ruin. He's got a bunch of books himself outside of that that I haven't really listened to yet. But we're going to talk to him tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock Eastern. You better show up. We'll talk to him. And I will do my best to get you hooked on a bunch of really freaking good books. So anyway, let me get out of here, guys. I love you guys to death. Y'all be cool. Take care of the fam. Keep that thing on you at all times. And I mean all times. Again, love you guys to death, man. You guys be cool. See you on the next one. And tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, Walt Robillard. Last time I heard he was still going to be here. So be cool, guys. And let me end this one.